Masterworks advisors make it easy for you to invest in shares of multi-million-dollar arts from greats like Banksy, Basquiat, and Picasso. Text the word CLASS to 200-300 and unlock your access to fine art investing. Text CLASS to 200-300.
This advertisement relates to the provision of advisory services by Masterworks Advisors, LLC, and is not intended to offer or solicit investment in any securities. Masterworks Advisors is affiliated with Masterworks. ART versus S&P is based on data from 1995 to 2023.
See important disclosures and risks of investing at masterworks.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly.
Take care of all makes and models, and right now you'll get the best pricing for your summer road trips on all their major tire brands. If your AC isn't cutting it, they can help there too. From new tires to state inspections, their highly skilled technicians handle it all. Now through June 30th, get the best tire pricing anywhere. Plus, get all the manufacturer rebates. Find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. UnitedTire.com. Remember, don't drive alone. Drive United.
The ride you want is what we've got. So, drive a little,
save a lot
at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Come to Turnersville and get incredible zero-down lease deals on a massive inventory of new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks. That's right. Save big with special zero-down lease deals at Turnersville. The ride you want is what we've got. So, drive a little,
save a lot.
TurnersvilleJeep.com, your premier tri-state Jeep, Ram, Dodge, Chrysler, and Wagoneer dealer.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The amazing 4th of July mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The first presidential debate of 2024 features a raspy voiced Biden mumbling and losing his train of thought, and Trump repeating falsehoods about the 2020 election. Researchers in South Africa inject rhino horns with radioactive material to detect and reduce poaching. And the Lakers draft LeBron James' son Bronny with the 55th pick in the NBA draft.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, June 28th. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Biden and former President Trump holding their first face-off in the CNN presidential debate Thursday night. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal.
Vice President Harris said it was a slow start but a strong finish. California Governor Gavin Newsom said it was a policy debate, not one of style. Fox News was told by the Biden campaign that he had a cold. President Trump did say this at one point during the CNN presidential debate after the president's response to a question about the border.
The total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look.
The debate lasting a little bit over an hour and a half. I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210. Kayal and Company. Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Everyone in an election for President of the United States will critically examine all of the issues and make a decision.
There you go. So if you've wondered how elections work, everybody kind of sits down and they take their notes and they look at the issues and they say, okay, I like this issue, or this guy was better with that policy. And then you go to the ballots on election day, or you do a mail-in ballot or an absentee or whatever you might do, and you make your choice.
Imagine that.
How elections work with Kamala Harris, coming up tonight at 7 on PBS.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. We continue to be committed to making your car buying experience fast, easy, and better with simplified pricing every day at Colonial. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. We also take the worry out of how much you'll be getting for your trade. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. We're in the final stages of the construction of our new state-of-the-art showroom. A bigger, more comfortable area for sales, more service space, easier pickup and drop-off. But why wait? We're fully operational while the construction continues, and we have over 200 vehicles in stock and waiting for you. Tucson's, Konas, Santa Fe's, and Palisades. We even have incredible finance offers, some as low as 0% for up to 60 months. Every new vehicle at Colonial Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Route 30 in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Up to 20% off dealer listed price, includes all rebates and incentives. Offer cannot be combined with other offers. Offer N71. See dealer for
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You can still look great in that bathing suit this summer, since it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Within a week of starting, you will notice pounds coming off, and you'll feel good too, since you are doing it the natural way, quickly and safely. You can still get slimmer this summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com to lose the weight for good.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
I answered the call, and even though I no longer wear the uniform, I am still a Marine, still serving those around me. my country, and my community. That is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful, always Marine.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Chiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Slight gains on Wall Street Thursday. The Dow up 36, the S&P 500 gained 5, the Nasdaq up 54. Microsoft, Google, and Amazon all closed at record highs. Shares of Nike fell after hours after the company reported lower revenue in its latest quarter. Shares of Levi Strauss fell over 15% after its latest quarterly revenue results fell short of expectations, and shares of Walgreens down 25% after unexpectedly weak financial results. Today we get the details of the Personal Consumption Expenditure Price Index, the PCE index for May. It's the Fed's preferred inflation measuring stick. Forecasters expect no change, and if that happens, it would be the first time in 6 months inflation didn't rise. And the American economy expanded at a 1.4% annual pace from January through March. That's the slowest quarterly growth since spring of 2022. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
In one of 4 opinions announced yesterday, and we'll get into the others as well, the Supreme Court for now is allowing emergency abortions to be performed in Idaho. It's a case about federal law conflicting with the state's abortion ban. Justices Elena Kagan and Samuel Alito during oral arguments in April.
All of these cases are rare, but within these rare cases, there's a significant number where the woman is, her life is not in peril, but she's going to lose her reproductive organs. She's going to lose the ability to have children in the future, unless an abortion takes place. Now, that's the category of cases in which EMTALA says, my gosh, of course the abortion is necessary to assure that no material deterioration occurs. And yet Idaho says, sorry, no abortion here.
So we have this phrase emergency medical condition in that provision, and then under E1, the term emergency medical condition is defined to include a condition that places the health of the woman's unborn child in serious jeopardy. So in that situation, the hospital must stabilize the threat to the unborn child. And it seems that the plain meaning is that the hospital must try to eliminate any immediate threat to the child. But performing an abortion is antithetical to that duty.
We kind of knew it was coming here. The opinion was posted briefly on the court's website the day before. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson says storm clouds loom ahead with this case, but for now it is seen as a win for abortion rights and the Biden administration.
This is yet another one of those cases that the court decided by not deciding, sort of.
Fox News Sunday and Living the Bream podcast host and chief legal correspondent Shannon Bream.
So they basically said they took this case too early. They should not have granted it before the Ninth Circuit, that next level below the Supreme Court, decided the case on the merits. So they're sending it back, and what it does is also lift a stay that was in place that was allowing the Idaho law to be more restrictive about abortion. So what that means now is that there is more ability to get an abortion in Idaho. Whether that stands once the merits of the case actually get through the Ninth Circuit, and I think end up back at the Supreme Court as well. For now, there is expanded access in emergency situations.
And this is a case, it's a conflict, the Biden administration says, between federal law and Idaho's state law, right? Explain that.
Yeah, so the Idaho state law that they passed, they had one of these trigger laws that went into effect if Roe v. Wade was to be overturned. There have been a couple of modifications, but basically what amounts to, it's really tough in Idaho to get an abortion. There is an exception to save the life of the mother. There are also exceptions for rape and incest if those have also been accompanied by a police report or reporting to authorities. So really tough there. Now, what the Biden administration did after Dobbs, the decision that took out Roe v. Wade, is they pointed to this federal law, which was passed back in the mid-1980s. And what it says is, if somebody shows up for emergency care, you have to render that. And it was meant so that people who didn't have finances or insurance or didn't have a way to cover the expenses, hey, if this is an emergency, if you are a hospital that gets federal Medicaid funding, you've got to treat these people. So what the Biden administration did was send out guidance after Dobbs and essentially said, hey, by the way, that means abortions. So that was in conflict with Idaho, which says you can only do these to save the life of the mother. What the Biden administration argues is you have to provide stabilizing care, and that can go beyond just a life or death situation. What if a woman could suffer permanent damage to her fertility, to her reproductive organs, or other damage that's not a life and death situation? They argued that under this federal law, you do have to provide an abortion in that scenario as well.
Now, we knew about this Idaho thing pretty much the day before. What happened? How does that happen?
Well, what the court said is it briefly posted a document on their official website. So this isn't like the Dobbs leak from 2+ years ago where somebody fed it to a media outlet. This appears to be a mistake at the court. They said they inadvertently posted a document, but had not released the opinion. As far as I can tell, they're almost a match. I've not done every word, every semicolon of the draft that we saw yesterday, this document, and then the opinion that actually released. But it gets to the same result. So it's an internal matter, a mistake that was made there. I'm sure a very unpleasant day for some employees there within the Supreme Court. But it does look like it was simply a mistake, and it wasn't anything that affected, votes or changed anything with the ultimate outcome of the opinion, which was actually released a day later.
Explain the opioid settlement ruling, if you would. What's the argument against its validity?
So there had been this deal that was sort of coming together that would take billions of dollars from the Sackler family behind the, OxyContin pharmaceutical company that produced that. And it was going to be in trust in different ways that people could collect on it if they had suffered damage and become a victim. But this deal started to come together that would also preclude some other third-party obligations and essentially shield the Sackler family from other civil liability. And the Justice Department got involved and were like, wait a minute here. We don't think a deal should come together under the bankruptcy code as it currently exists that would be this enormous shield for the Sackler family when not everybody has signed off on this, people who may have claims. And what the court did, they came together on this and it was a split decision, but essentially said, listen, the way the bankruptcy code works right now, this deal cannot come together, cannot work. The dissent, I believe, was by Justice Kavanaugh. Yeah, and he was very upset. He said, listen, this money needs to flow to people who have been victims and have suffered greatly because of what happened with OxyContin and then, sparking the opioid crisis. So he thinks that it should have come together. But what's interesting is both the majority and that dissenting opinion from Justice Kavanaugh said Congress needs to fix this, which is, the court often does, to say, like, listen, if you don't like the law the way it exists, we're just applying it as we understand it. If you need changes, if you want a different result, Congress is going to have to do that. We can't legislate from the bench.
Yeah. So basically, we're not saying this is a good deal or a bad deal. We're just saying it's a deal that can't be
done
under current bankruptcy law. Two other opinions continue a pattern with this court, weakening the power of federal agencies. In these cases, the Securities Exchange Commission and the Environmental Protection Agency. Does the SEC case matter to anybody not prosecuting or accused of securities fraud? Does it extend to any other agencies?
I think that there could be an argument. I mean, so many agencies potentially use administrative law judges or people that are internal tribunals. There are different ways to pursue cases and claims. And, with this SEC finding, what the court said was the guy who was, being subjected to SEC action, he argued he had a Seventh Amendment right to a jury trial, that it wasn't just simply a matter of this being handled administratively. So I think that raises a lot of questions beyond the SEC because I haven't read the full opinion yet. I'm wading through the hundreds of pages we got. But basically the bottom line sounds like from the court that when there are real implications with people's rights, that they can argue there's a Seventh Amendment right to a jury, and not everything can be handled by an administrative body or internally within these agencies.
What's the EPA case? It's known as the Good Neighbor Rule.
Yeah, there were a couple of states who sued here because of this sweeping plan that would say, because of pollution in your state may go across the borders into other states. We know that, pollution does not stop at the borderline of your state, that there are all these other states that had to take into account the way that they handled pollution issues because of the way they would impact other states. Now, some of these states came forward and said, wait a minute, this is crazy. We can't control this stuff. A number of these states have been exempted over time. We should not be held to this. And essentially what the court said is these states cannot be subjected to the rule while the underlying litigation is playing out. So they're challenging the underlying regulation that gives them this good neighbor restriction on the way they handle pollution. But for now, that EPA rule is going to lift while the cases play out on the merits.
Earlier this week, well, we've covered the social media ruling pretty well on this podcast, that the court saying plaintiffs didn't have standing to challenge this Biden administration, these contacts with social media companies. We have not talked at all, though, about this corruption case. Can you explain that one briefly?
Interesting case in that it dealt with bribery versus gratuities. And again, a very split court on this, saying, listen, if you don't like the way that the law is applied here, maybe Congress needs to tweak it, because they say clearly, bribes cannot be accepted in advance for, asking lawmakers or different people to do things. They said there's a problem afterwards, though, if somebody sends a gift or a token, what they called a gratuity. They said, based on this law, if you're going to try to go after people for those as well to be a part of corruption, then you're leaving lawmakers guessing, like, okay, is a bouquet of flowers okay? What about concert tickets? What about a thank you note with a gift card to Starbucks? I mean, they seem to boil it down to, listen, the statute, if you have a problem with it, needs to be changed by Congress. But they didn't feel that the bribery allegations also applied in the same way that you would call a gratuity, which is something after the fact. Now, I got a lot of eye rolling when I was explaining that case to my husband. So, that kind of sounds like shady behavior all around. And I can understand why people would feel that way. But again, the court's saying to Congress, you got to clarify this. We can't fix it for you from the bench.
Yeah. I mean, in some cases, I guess things could be considered a post bribe. Like, hey, I can't give you anything now, but
wink, wink, there may be something coming later.
Right. Let me ask you about the Supreme Court poll. It's from the AP and the NORC. And this skepticism has increased since the Roe versus Wade reversal. 7 in 10 Americans say the justices put ideology over impartiality. Now, look, I mean, there's ideology like personal ideology, and there's ideas on the law, originalism versus living constitutionalists, for example. But I mean, I think this poll suggests that people think justices are bending the law to reach the conclusion they want to reach. I mean, you're as close to the court as anybody I personally know. What do you say?
Well, I think it's important to point out that the court, I remember Justice Scalia years ago saying, if you're not unhappy with some of your decisions, you're not doing your job. Like, you should never always get the outcome that you want, because that's not being a jurist. You actually have to follow the text of the law. So that's one side of the argument, the originalist versus the living Constitution and document. But I look at this term, and there have been so many unanimous decisions that have brought these, both wings of the court together. I argue it's kind of a 3-3-3 court. So bringing all 9 of them together on controversial things like the abortion pill, mifepristone, 9-0. They said the pro-life doctors who challenged the FDA's regulation and access to that drug didn't have standing. So they turned the case away there. They also were in one voice when it came to states that tried to challenge, Colorado chief among them, trying to kick President Trump off their primary ballots and said, 9-0. Nope, you can't do that. So the court really does stick together on a number of big issues. It's these ones in the final days that are so tense and so fraught with disagreement that it makes it feel like, listen, they get all the headlines in June. This is what the court's like all the time. But they really aren't. I mean, there have been plenty of unanimous decisions and on tough things. So, I sense that there's a schism even within the conservatives right now. If you want to count those 6 as under that umbrella, there's a real split among them too. So, everybody says that they're being neutral, and all 9 of them believe that's what they're doing with every case.
You've been working extra hard this month. I hope you're not enjoying yourself outside the court every day.
I love it.
Good. Shannon Bream, Fox News chief legal correspondent and the host of Fox News Sunday and the Living the Bream podcast. She comes on here with us all the time. Shannon,
because I loves it. Thanks, Chris.
Bye.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Think about it. How prepared are you for the unexpected? Emergencies strike without warning, and we all know something big will be thrown at us soon. Being prepared makes all the difference. This means having a reliable food supply stored to use during tougher times. That's why at My Patriot Supply, we sell thousands of our 4-week emergency food kits every week. Each kit is packed with delicious, easy-to-prepare meals that provide over 2,000 calories per day. These kits are designed to stand by for up to 25 years, ready to use when you need them most. This week, save $50 on every 4-week emergency food kit you need. Simply go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure one for each family member. That's $50 off every 4-week emergency food kit. Order by 3 p.m. and your kit's shipped that same day. It's better to have emergency food than to need it and not have it. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The CNN presidential debate ending in Atlanta between President Biden and former President Trump. They debated whether Trump called veterans suckers and losers.
He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
A 4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line.
They also discuss the economy, inflation, abortion, and immigration. A 100-by-50-foot sinkhole swallows a part of a soccer field in southern Illinois.
Thankfully, there were no injuries, both above ground and below ground, and that is the absolute main thing.
The Alton Parks and Recreations Director, Michael Hayes, a hole swallowing up a light pole, benches, and artificial turf. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
LeBron James got his wish. The 4-time NBA champion will have the opportunity to play alongside his son as the Lakers drafted Bronny James with the 55th pick of the NBA draft on Thursday. Bronny spent just 1 year with the USC Trojans, where he averaged nearly 5 points and 3 rebounds per game in 25 games played. He suffered a cardiac arrest episode in July of last year, which was caused by a congenital heart defect, and did not make his college debut until December. Now, the attention turns to LeBron, who has until June 29th to decide whether he will opt into the final year of his deal with the Lakers or become a free agent. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Who would even know what they're protesting? I went back and watched the actual footage on the network, and you don't know. Again, it blows my mind that people out there believe this is the way to affect other people. I'm going to get my message across. I'm going to change hearts and minds. Because if you're protesting something, I would think that the end goal is to change someone's mind or to affect change. You're way better off calling your local congressman than you are storming the green of the Travelers Championship and doing something like this to get yourself arrested. That is my message to protesters everywhere. Keep your hands off our sports. And also, if you really, 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 really care about what you're doing and you think this is a detriment to not just society, but human beings all over the planet, think of a way to actually constructively get some change done as opposed to getting yourself arrested and kicking over a rose pot on your way off the 18th green. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy. Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SCORE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SCORE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SCORE.
Kids 14 and under can be a baller like Nick when they receive a Nick Castellanos basketball jersey presented by CP Rankin Roofing Experts on Sunday, July 14th at 1:35 when the A's visit CBP. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Beat the Heat on Thursday, August 15th at 6:40 when the Phils host the Nats, and fans 21 and over take home a Miller Lite floppy hat. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
I've been asked 1,000 times, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we delivered for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Injured? The choice is easy. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
How would you like to finally lose all those unwanted pounds quickly without spending thousands on painful injections or prescriptions? Hi, it's Donna Simpson, health and wellness expert. You probably know someone that is using Ozempic, the hottest diet craze in the country. Everyone knows about this prescription injection. Celebs use it to look their best. The problem is most of us can't afford Ozempic, and these injections can be so uncomfortable. Now you can lose the weight just as easily, but with no needles, no expensive prices, no side effects, and no worries. You need to try Lozempic, a new miracle weight loss breakthrough that performs so well it's been called nature's Ozempic. Lozempic is an easy-to-take diet pill now available without a prescription, being used by thousands to get rid of those unwanted pounds. So call now and find out how to get a free bottle.
To find out how to get your free bottle of Lozempic, call 800-686-2430, 800-686-2430. Free bottles for limited time, so call 800-686-2430. That's 800-686-2430.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Friday, June 28th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Bill Almquist, Henry Mashett, our associate producers. What a show we have for you today following debate night in America. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Gregory.
Mr. President, how did you perform tonight? I think we did well.
You know, I've been known to ask my wife from time to time, I thought I did well.
Stop.
Wow. If you missed last night and you have 19 seconds for us this morning, Trump soared, Biden bombed, and CNN was actually very fair and respectable. There you go. Good night, everybody. Whoa, what a performance. Or lack thereof.
Or, as Joe Biden says, I think we did well.
Yeah, well, you know.
Anyway.
I have theories. We have reaction. We will take yours on the phones, on social media, on YouTube. And our buddy Sean Farish will join us at 8:30 this morning.
The first comments from President Trump.
That's correct.
Will be here at 8:30 this morning. Wow. Oh, man.
Cut sheet, I think I've got the count. Stocker's got 212 clips ready, 14 emails, and we have all of the goods for you. Democrats in panic mode. We'll get to the big take. A lot of debate this morning.
I have never seen the media so united around one message.
It is
ever in my life.
Right?
Yeah, yes. Old Man Dudley's unspinnable. Yes.
It's
Amen.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I just, they're all saying the same thing.
It really is a wild thing. And we will break it all down for you. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:03. The great Dawn Stenzel.
And good morning. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live on this beautiful 65-degree Friday, sponsored by United Tire and Service. So locally in the news, and we have a lot going on locally, police in Wildwood, North Wildwood, New Jersey, announcing those two teenagers that we've been talking about, that they've been releasing a lot of surveillance images of, pictures of, pretty much plastered all over the internet. Well, those two teens have been arrested in connection to that assault that happened on the boardwalk earlier this month. Police say that assault happened at 26th Street and the boardwalk and 2 individuals, 17-year-old as well as a 16-year-old. The 17-year-old is from Philadelphia, the 16-year-old from Ivyland. They were taken into custody, North Wildwood Police Headquarters, after they turned themselves in.
Ooh.
So the effort worked where police said, we will find you, plastering those images, then put out new images of them. Both are charged on a juvenile complaint with aggravated assault and conspiracy to commit aggravated assault. That's according to police. And this is part of the crackdown that they promised. Those prosecutors, city leaders, the mayor, despite the policies of Governor Phil Murphy and lawmakers down the shore, these officials say we will not tolerate, and we will arrest, we will charge, and in fact, we will fine parents as well. And this is part of that crackdown.
Time to take the fight to the Utes, the Vandals, and if you're a parent, maybe you should parent better or else face the consequences.
Speaking of parents, in Chester County, Pennsylvania, a man is charged, a father is charged, 20-year-old Enrique Lopez Gomez, charged with third-degree murder and related crimes in the death of his child, who was severely beaten and unable to be resuscitated when police arrived. Just his toddler son, that according to the district's attorney. And Mayor Sherelle Parker, finally, we got to hear more about something that she has promised, pre-campaign. It was a campaign promise, releasing her list of these 25 pilot schools for the upcoming year. So this impacts this fall, 2024. The pilot program will be open from 7:30 in the morning until 6 p.m., 5 days a week, including 6 weeks during the summer. Now, she's not calling it, Mayor Parker's not calling it year-round school. She's calling it extended education.
Okay. So
in the city schools.
So kids will still have somewhat of a summer because it's only a 6-week program.
Yes.
Okay. That's a long day, though, 7:30 until 6 p.m.?
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's because the parents may be working until 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Parker says her administration came to the table with a lot of lofty goals, looking to provide 20 full-day, full-year education at 20 schools throughout the district. So at the end of the day, they extended they call it extended year learning at 25 schools. It's 25 because 5 of them are charter schools. So that's the difference here, that they're choosing the 5 charter schools. They're going to be part of this pilot plan. So a lot of discussion over that one. I know that this is going to be expected to be a busy, busy travel day. My condolences to you if you're on I-95 because of that semi-tractor crash that's affecting I-95 and 76 eastbound at Montgomery. Approaching Montgomery is a parking lot. So
what was it? There was a semi-tractor trailer on fire or something?
Yes, on fire.
Cool.
It looks like it hit the center, right? The center big block there. God. So it's a hot mess.
Yeah, I mean, it's legitimately, it looks like a blazing inferno.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got all that going on. So drive safely today. Busy travel day. Also at PHL, the airport, as people try to get a jump start on the weekend. And that brings me to, we talk about beach tags down the shore. So Cape May's Department of Tourism unveiling this new digital beach tag service. So beachgoers, if you forgot your cash or your card,
thank you.
You got your phone.
Yep.
And you can just pay off your cell phone.
Yeah, we need this. We need this. It's about time. If they're gonna charge you to be on the beach, like this is Russia, then they should at least make it easy.
I agree.
Nobody has cash anymore.
I haven't had cash in 20 years.
Nobody has. Nobody remembers to put the stupid beach tags on. Just let us have our phone and show that we paid your hostage prices to go on a beach.
Well, they say, now this is Margate as well. So this is Cape May's the latest. Margate, Seattle City, Ventnor City, among others, have ventured into the digital beach tags. The digital at My Beach Mobile.
Wow.
My Beach Mobile?
My Beach Mobile.
Of course.
But look, they say that beach tags help fund lifeguards and all the trash, all the recycling pickup, all the maintenance, all the replenishment, and due to the recent crime, they got to pay for all the cops.
Yeah. 4 hours of beach tag talk here on Kale and Company this morning. Nothing else going on. Slow news day.
Joe Biden will be sitting there on the beach in his chair.
I know that we'll talk about Trump. We'll talk about Biden. We were all up late watching. A lot of reaction this morning. A lot of spin. So we'll I know we'll parse all of it.
Mm-hmm.
We are sponsored this morning by United Tire and Service. Summer obviously heating up, and so are the savings at United Tire and Service. Now through June 30th, get the best pricing for your summer road trips on all the major tire brands. Plus, get all the manufacturer's rebates. Visit UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. So I'll get to the forecast very quickly, but because we have a high of 85 degrees, beautiful, bright, sunny day. But what was not beautiful was the ninth inning. It was painful for the Philadelphia Phillies.
Always have a problem with the Marlins, don't they?
I'm telling you, man, those fish are very pesky.
They are.
They are such a pain in the butt.
Well, the fish were not good luck for Bryce or Kyle Schwarber, both injured last night in a 7-4 loss to the Miami Marlins, leaving their availability in question for the team with the best record in the majors. And for Bryce Harper, congrats, 8th All-Star game, learning that he's going to be an All-Star player. But will he be? He left saying he was in a lot of pain with his left hamstring injury, kind of limped off the field there. I know.
Yeah, here we go.
Lasers. They can now use lasers on that stuff.
Well,
maybe
try
Joe
to
Biden.
Heal it.
Maybe Joe Biden should have had a laser last night.
Yeah, on his brain.
Yeah, the peptides didn't work.
No.
Okay, whatever they were trying to use.
Yeah.
Ay. Well, this is a beautiful Friday weather-wise, and beautiful commentary and debate upcoming here on Kale and Company News Live.
Get ready, folks. Thank you very much, Dawn. 6:10 Friday morning. One last big take.
The Big Take on Kale and Company.
The big take this morning, the great June debate. It's getting late, early. The 2024 election season, in many ways, got underway last night with a historic debate in the month of June as President Joe Biden squared off against former President Donald J. Trump live from Atlanta, Georgia on CNN, and of course simulcasted here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Debate week kicked off with a bang on Monday when CNN host Casey Hunt shouted down and canceled her mid-interview with Caroline Leavitt of the Trump campaign, and we were officially off to the races. Leading up to last night's debate, we had plenty of headlines Thursday afternoon as we were just hours away from round one of the rematch between Trump and Biden for a debate in which 6 out of 10 Americans said they would consume in some form or fashion. Heading into the debate, everything was under the microscope, and maybe nothing changes results-wise, but everybody was looking for something, from speculation about Joe Biden potentially being drugged up to CNN and their moderators and their history of being anti-Trump to having no audience and muted microphones. And would Donald Trump kind of stay laser focused and be presidential? And then this gem dropped as CNN decides to restrict debate access to the media. Headline from Mediaite.com read that CNN takes heat from both the White House press corps and Black Journalists Group over debate access. What a day it was. And then, of course, there was fake news in regards to CNN that they might have a 1 to 2 minute delay, which was nothing more than internet fodder. So let's move on and let's get down to exactly what happened last night. And leading up to it, people were wondering, what exactly was CNN trying to hide? Why are they attempting to shield Biden from the public? Well, we received that answer after 9 p.m. And keep in mind, Robert Hur deemed Joe Biden unfit to stand trial for retention of classified documents after Hur completed his investigation of the big guy. But Joe Biden is deemed fit to run for president again, serve 4 more years as commander-in-chief and leader of the free world. Give me a break. That was validation and vindication last night for Robert Hur. Donald Trump posting on Truth Social leading up to the debate, quote, Joe Biden is a threat to democracy and a threat to the survival and existence of our country itself. Trump also posted, quote, Biden's policies are a nightmare for women when it comes to the border and immigration. And most people entering the debate were of the belief that Americans have largely made up their mind. But what could possibly sway people? Well, according to Politico, a quote from a Pennsylvania-based Democratic strategist named Neil Oxman, who said the following, quote, Trump acted like a normal human being for 90 minutes and wasn't crazy. And he disagreed with Biden and was respectful and just talked normally. He'd pull a lot of independents toward him very quickly. Biden had to be a bright and energetic man, as he was at the State of the Union. He just can't be bumbling. Well, he was. Substance matters. If you make a mistake, and there have been mistakes in debates that have come back to haunt people. The way this campaign is now, Biden might be a point or two behind within the margin of error in most of the swing states, and he would have had an opportunity if he could have strung it together. And with that, the debate got underway shortly after 9 o'clock, and we began to get all of our answers. So, how was Biden's energy levels? Well, he had no juice. How was Jake Tapper and Dana Bash? I thought very good, very fair. There was only one moment where I thought Tapper tried to jump in and bail Biden out, and I think he just prematurely jumped the gun. Other than that, I have no beef with CNN last night. Hard to believe they're not in the crosshairs. How was the format, the setting, the microphones? For me, I had zero complaints. What about Trump's decorum? Well, I thought he was laser focused. He was presidential. He was issue driven. He was buttoned up and ready to go. And he took Don Stenzelin's advice. So here's Trump talking about the top issue in my mind, the economy. Listen and watch.
The greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates. That was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
And Trump was rocking last night. But if this election is about abortion versus immigration and the border, I thought Trump spoke well about that on the fly as he legitimately transitioned and pivoted from issue to issue in one setting, in one block of time. Here's Trump going from topic to topic and concluding on the border. Listen and watch this.
Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent. All of the things he's done, we've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
Yeah, why is that, Joe? And it looks like Trump was right again. A lot of bad people entering our nation and seeing women raped and killed across the country. But the big story, the big topic, the big takeaway, the big guy's brain. When would he freeze up? When would he get derailed? And nobody derailed him. It was him and him alone. Take a listen to this as Biden's brain goes kaput.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers. They'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death.
Wow. Wow. Was Joe Biden good enough to avoid speculation about a switch by the DNC in August last night? No, he was not. Was he trotted out like that, perhaps not on whatever he was allegedly on at the State of the Union, intentionally to bomb? Possibly. But a switch might actually hurt Trump. I would say if you're a Trump supporter and a Trump voter, you don't want Biden switched out because anybody they replace Biden with is more fit to lead. Let them keep Joe in place. Now, was anybody swayed or moved? Hopefully, but I doubt it. The reality is this. Was last night a spectacle? Yes. But I'm not sure anything changes, and there's 3 reasons why. The polls have stayed the same after Joe Biden's high-energy State of the Union address. No movement. The polls, Donald Trump convicted in New York. The polls stayed the same. No movement one way or the other. Hunter Biden found guilty. Polls stayed the same. No movement. All of this is nothing more than theater. Nothing will change people's perceptions of their guy or the other guy. But make no mistake about it. If there's a winner and a loser from debate number 1 last night, it's Donald Trump, it's CNN, it's certainly not the big guy. It's locked in, set in stone, and away we go. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, we will take your calls all morning long. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, fire away with your comments in the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We've got audio galore. We'll get Dawn and Greg's reaction from last night, and we'll take yours as well. 855-839-1210. It's Kayal and Company on this Friday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Summer savings at Hessert Chevrolet. We're rolling out incredible savings on top Chevy models, Silverado and Trailblazer. Drive home a new 2024 Silverado with 1.9 APR for 72 months, up to $4,500 off MSRP, or a 2024 Trailblazer for $299 per month for 36 months. Don't miss out on these special offers here at Hessert Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevrolet.com today.
Your way or no way.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Favor to ask of you. Please don't give up your summer vacation, all right? The kids, the memories that'll last forever. And I know times are tough, but the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey makes getting away affordable and possible. Book a June or July midweek stay, and you're going to receive resort credits that you can use on site. That's right, they're going to give you money to use on site in the form of resort credits. And they have the big outdoor heated pool, the heated indoor pool if the weather's bad at the beach. The longer you stay, the more you get back in resort credits. They offer guest rooms, suites, and townhomes equipped with a kitchenette. So it's like renting a short home, but with all the conveniences of a full-service resort, except you don't have to worry about doing the sheets and the towels. You get the amenities of a resort, but you also get the kitchenette, the fridge. Book direct with them for the best rates and to get your resort credits. 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. This offer is good until July 18th, so act today. GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
According to a study conducted by Atticus Law Firm, 40% of retirees were forced back into the workforce because they received a deceptive sales pitch from their broker. But there is one way to ensure that you don't become part of that statistic.
Tony Gambone and Denise Gambone, Royersford, Pennsylvania.
I know people that had to go back to work because they got bad investment advice from brokers. By recording our sessions, Crash Proof Retirement proves they're willing to put their money where their mouth is.
The recordings used by Crash Proof Retirement, it's just a natural extension of how Crash Proof is legally bound to do right for the consumer.
Guarantee legally binding transparency for your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ain't seen nothing yet. We saw all we needed to see last night. It's Kayal and Company, 626, Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. The mainstream media, the left, Democrats, Republicans as well. It's all about spin. That's what politics are about. But last night was the unspinnable. It was the unspinnable, disastrous train wreck for Joe Biden. In fact, it's so bad that Chuck Todd said, quote, Biden looks like the caricature that conservative media has been painting. You saw it before your very eyes. Dawn Stensland, what did your eyes tell you last night?
It's amazing to me this morning to monitor all the local news and the national news and hear, listen, and watch as even so-called mainstream media reports the lies by Donald J. Trump, that he had trouble with the truth. That was actually a line on a local media station, that Trump had trouble with the truth when Biden denied that anybody died under his watch, such as in Afghanistan at Abbey Gate. So I am concerned about those who did not watch last night, because if you didn't really watch it and you went to bed, you know, Jon Stewart, the way he spun it, the media spin this morning, it's incredible to me that they're this morning talking about Trump refused to say that he would, in fact, that he would accept the election results on November 5th. That's what they're talking about. Denies J6, and I'm just blown away by that this morning.
That's how far they have to go to find some sort of angle to present and paint a picture or a portrait of what occurred last night. I bounced around from probably 10:30 until about 11:15, which I very rarely do, and I just put on all the different channels. I mean, Joy Reid was basically calling out the Biden campaign. I even was checking some social media feeds, guys like Stephen A. Smith on ESPN, everybody that just tried to say that Joe was not decaying before our very eyes. Minka and Joe.
Mika.
They are Mika. Yeah. I don't know why I always call him Minka.
That was cute. That's cute, Minka.
But there's been so many people that have just, and you just laugh because you know that Biden is eroding. But it's just insulting to the American intelligence when you have somebody like Karine Jean-Pierre who will go up there, or Kamala Harris, and say, oh, no, behind the scenes, Joe is, he's sharp as a tack. He's got lots of energy. We prepare for hours when he walks in because we need to be on our A game. And whatever he allegedly took for that State of the Union address, he didn't take anything last night. That was like cold turkey Biden.
He looked pale. He spoke softly, but 12, 13 minutes in, when he just lost his place, it was painful to watch. I think if you were listening, it was not as painful. It was still painful, but if you were listening, you couldn't understand some of what he said. But if you were watching that, it was painful. I thought Trump was presidential. I thought he acted like a normal person would, and I thought Trump at times was a little taken back himself at how Joe Biden just is out of it.
Yes.
And even at one point turned to Dana Bash and Jake Tapper and said, Dana and Jake, like as far as I thought Jake Tapper, I thought that he was on point, professional. Dana Bash, when she asked early on the abortion question, and I'm this may be my bias, but I inferred that she has disdain for him. Even my husband said, "Look at her face!" Like she was like,
I've said for 2 years on this show, I've never seen her smile on television.
No, but she just was looking at him like evil eye, and then she referred to him early on as former President Trump. It's proper and appropriate. Everybody would agree when you are addressing President Obama, President Trump, when you are addressing somebody to their face, you say president. You don't say former, and that's part of her bias.
I said yesterday, and everybody gasped when I said, because what happened was that the week leading up to this, the Trump campaign and all of his surrogates and everybody, they set the bar. They made it sound like, well, this is it's gonna be 3-on-1, and it's gonna be Ben, and he's gonna be hopped up, and he's gonna be on this, and he's gonna be on that, and everybody was setting this bar so low that they were like, if he came out, and I said this yesterday, that aside from him coming out and dying, he was going to have a good debate because the bar was set so low.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, he died last night. He did. He actually died last night. This is.
So you
when
think
I said
you
that,
think the swap's going to happen now?
No. They're riding this horse until he dies.
Okay.
Literally.
Okay.
How does that look? Let me just ask you guys a question. I know everybody's like, "See, I told you so." Ugh. Well, how does it look? They bring out Kamala?
No.
Who's less popular than he is?
No, but I think they could. When they put this early debate, and I said this at the time, I said, if you remember, I'm worried that they're doing this on purpose with the early June debate. This is historic. What are they doing here? And are they teeing Joe Biden up one last time to see, can he make it? And so there was part of me last night, I'm like, oh my God. And this is what maybe the insiders really wanted. They could have an open convention. Van Jones to me was probably, I know Maria Shriver was tweeting out what a rough night it was. Van Jones last night, when he just said, I love this man, I love Joe Biden, when he made his statement, and because I was flipping around and I was glad I caught him because that was real.
Let's play that, shall we? This is cut 28, Phil. I know Phil's doing a lot back there. This is cut 28, Phil. Van Jones, go.
I can walk you through how I'm supposed to see it and say it, but I just want to speak from my heart. I love that guy. That's a good man. He loves his country. He's doing the best that he can. But he had a test to meet tonight to restore confidence of the country and of the base, and he failed to do that. And I think there's a lot of people who are going to want to see him consider taking a different course now. We're still far from our convention, and there is time for this party to figure out a different way forward if he will allow us to do that. But that was not what we needed from Joe Biden, and it's personally painful for a lot of people. It's not just panic, it's pain for what we saw tonight.
I think, hands down, they would like to replace him in a perfect world. I don't think Joe will allow it. And I don't even think Jill will allow it. She's out there on the stage patting him on the back.
Last night,
it was like one of the, you did a great job. It's like when you're at like a T-ball game with your little child and he went 0 for 5, but you tell him, Bobby, you played great. You didn't play great, but you played great.
Here's what I don't understand is that he goes to, right after it, he goes to a watch party.
Yeah.
And he's up there, he's yelling, he's joking around, he's telling that same story he's told 9,000 times about that John Wayne movie that actually John Wayne didn't actually say. It was a completely different Joe Biden. I'm like, where the hell was that guy?
Right. And you had, 90-plus minutes to put that on display. To me, last night, they sent Joe out to the slaughterhouse. And that's exactly what, I'm looking at Politico here. Biden is toast. That's the headline on Politico. Democrats in full freakout over the president's debate performance. CNN did a flash poll last night asking for who the results of who won the debate. This is CNN. Now, you can sit there and say, well, what were these 33% watching? But 67% of people on CNN said Donald Trump won the debate. When do you ever see that from a CNN partisan audience?
Let's play that as well. This is cut 32. Phil, go.
Who won the debate? We asked debate watchers in our instant poll, and the answer is a resounding Donald Trump did. 67% of debate watchers in our poll say Donald Trump won the debate tonight. Joe Biden, 33% say he won the debate tonight. Now, this group of debate watchers, they told us who they thought would win the debate going into it before the debate, and take a look at how that changed over time. 55% thought before the debate that Donald Trump would win the debate. 45% thought Joe Biden would win the debate. Look at what the debate did to those expectations.
Well, that's very interesting. I would say you were a little misguided if you thought it was almost a coin flip according to those people polled. To me, it was a universal destruction. And really, it's not like Trump was out there just, ultimately dunking on Biden. Biden just shot himself in the foot countless times. And Dawn, you were right. I was wrong. I thought Trump should go out there basically with a machine gun and go to task and take everybody down with him. He didn't, and you said be presidential, have some decorum, show a softer side, and you're right. Not only did he look at Tapper and Bash when Biden was struggling, there were times where he turned to his left and looked at Joe when Joe couldn't get the words out. Like, you almost thought, is Trump showing a little sympathy for Biden? Because it really does feel like, and I know people say this all the time, but it really feels like elder abuse. You're trotting out an 81-year-old man that I don't think is qualified to be a Walmart greeter today.
Yeah, and again, if you watch Jon Stewart, The Daily Show, quite quickly yesterday, flipped around and was praising Joe Biden, clipped together, snipped together, and said Trump is a liar. That, to me, was stunning that he was trying to spin that, while many Democrats were openly freaking. If you were flipping around, everybody was saying it. And so that was an open situation. I thought that also what's biased by omission, what is not being reported today locally, nationally, is, especially locally, is how Trump answered, for example, the J6 answer, which I will point out, Rich Zeoli, he quoted Zeoli almost verbatim, which makes me wonder if Rich Zeoli has helped him with debate prep, which we know he did last in 2016. No, he did. I mean, that's what? I mean, it was almost verbatim of what Rich. That J6 answer was an incredible answer. It was probably one of Trump's strongest answers about on January 6th, we had a secure border, affordable energy, energy independence, rule of law, no political lawfare. We have none of that now. Wow. That was a powerful answer. I will also say what's not being reported this morning is how much Trump led with the immigration issue, even talked about the fact, although I wish he had said her name, Jocelyn, he was at 12-year-old Jocelyn's funeral yesterday. And I thought that was a powerful moment for Trump. I do wish he would have said Jocelyn's name, because I think that he's talking about this little girl. I think that would have been even more powerful to say to Joe Biden, Jocelyn, know her name.
855-839-1210. Let's get some calls. Steve in Blackwood, New Jersey, first up this morning. Steve, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? Just wanted to chime in with a comment, get your opinion. And I think last night was huge for the independent voter that was dialed in. They weren't sure. The media can spin it any way they would like, but the eye test was there last night. And correct me if I'm wrong, when Biden said about the cages down at the border, wasn't it Obama that had them built?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, that's correct.
All those pictures they were showing for that clip of that were from the Biden era.
Yes. Would that qualify as a cheap fake? I'm wondering because that's the new buzzword going around when something gets brought up that people say, oh, that's not real, that's a cheap fake.
Were you I was yelling at the TV. My husband was like, "You're not going to do this the whole because when he talked about nobody died, I'm like, Afghanistan, Abbey Gate. When he said that, you know what I mean? Like, I just was like, are you kidding me?
Let's grab some more of your calls at 855-839-1210. I figured this guy would be in here early this morning. Ed in Delran, go ahead, buddy.
You know it. My man Nick won't let him hit you with that symbolic red brick, because he knows their every trick. So here's what I say. Biden was a train wreck in slow freaking motion. Here's a guy that's on stage. He can't get his facts right. He's screwing that up. He's falling asleep standing up. He has these stares like a deer in a freaking headlight.
Yep.
Oh, man, he helped clinch the election for my man Donald Trump. I am excited and revitalized.
I hope. I hope you're right. You should be excited. I just hope, as that first caller said, Ed, that independents, anybody that was out there, and I don't know how many there are. I know there's a lot of independents, but I have to imagine that even independents had their mind made up last night. But just that small sliver, whatever it is, it's 1% in Pennsylvania. Maybe it's 2% in Georgia. Who knows? But if you emerged from last night unswayed at all, thinking your guy is still the more viable, vibrant choice, I can't help you. You know what last night was, if you think about it? Remember back in the day when you were a student in school and you would get the occasional test thrown your way where they're not grading it A's and B's and 82s and 95s or in some cases a 64 on a test. It was pass or fail.
Yep.
I mean, Joe Biden, the bar was so low to your point, and it was so set up for him not to die on stage, and he still failed the test.
Except it was not a pop test. And in fact, he had 7 days off school,
to study
7
for it.
days.
Right.
Where and by the way, when has a president of the United States of America disappeared for 7 days for quote unquote prep and then emerges? Nobody from the White House tells us. I was looking for anything where they said, oh, he has a cold or nothing. Then when he had a disastrous performance, they said he has a cold. But then we saw him go out on stage to the crowd for the after party and he looked a little like revved up and never mentioned a cold. So what's up with that?
Cold. He had a cold.
Did you notice how many times he coughed last night?
Yeah, it was whoever his advisors, his campaign advisors should all be fired because they allowed this to happen.
Train wreck.
They put him on the right side where he stares off into the like that dead stare that he has. Everything about the optics last night were a complete and utter S show for he head should roll. Head should roll
on the chopping block.
As far as his campaign goes, because they all did him dirty.
And also, let's just say this, on the world stage, we cannot, this is like national security at this point. I am sad that the terrorists who allegedly, according to the Biden administration, they released that, yesterday, that 400 to 500 terrorists are believed to have snuck in, and they've caught like 300 of them.
Right.
That leaves, let's do the math on that one. But what about our allies? Even our leaders have been speaking out. NBC had a headline where they were talking about that actually some of our allies are concerned and are concerned about last night's performance. At this point, they should cut off September 10th.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, I mean, shut it down. It's national security. That was bad.
Yeah. You're right. Let's get one more in here. 855-839-1210. Marty in Havertown is up next. Marty, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Hey, I just wanted to say it struck me that, we were watching the Fox, play of it, but immediately after the debate, we flipped over to CNN and MSNBC. And I think it was pretty telling that the response was so similar between CNN and MSNBC, and it was immediate, and the cry-ons were all ready. And I think this was planned. I think this was the DNC behind the scenes wanting the Democratic base to basically see and to give permission to replace Joe. I think this was completely planned. It actually ties with the Megyn Kelly report from several weeks ago, when she said she had sources saying that this was the plan, and to basically replace Joe with Newsom or Shapiro or Whitmer. I think they needed, because it's pretty telling to me, that they flipped on a dime. I mean, 2 days ago, this was all AI. Anything 2 days ago, whatever you saw last night was AI. Last night, all of a sudden, all of them, from every CNN talking head, everybody on MSNBC, Anderson Cooper, pretty telling that they all completely flipped, and Joe is no longer qualified to basically be president for another 24 hours.
That's correct.
So to me, that was planned, completely planned, to tell the Democratic base, they were focused on the Democratic base, to say, listen, he should not be running for a second term, and don't be surprised. We want you to see how bad he is, because we're going to put Newsom in there. And don't worry, we'll figure out a way. Dawn, you mentioned the open convention. We'll figure out a way. They will buy off the Bidens. They will buy off Kamala. And I think the last night was completely a planned operation. So just wanted to
I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
Impression.
Yeah, I don't disagree with a word you said, Marty. Will, in fact, they pull that off? We shall see. But if they thought Newsom was a surefire lock, I think they would have done it already. I mean, Gavin Newsom has driven California into the gutter. So he's the easy guy. Remember I was telling you when we were talking about the DeSantis versus Newsom debate on Fox? All you have to do if you were DeSantis is talk about the mass exodus from California, the homelessness, the drug the camps and tents, the $20 an hour minimum wage, $7.50 for a gallon of gas. I mean, I really don't know if they believe Gavin Newsom would defeat Trump, or else maybe he would be already in that spot already.
Gavin Newsom was part of the spin room last night. He was
saw that.
He was interviewed, and they asked him. They said, "Are you ready?" And he said, "No." Like he's riding that horse until he dies.
Yeah.
So I get what everybody's saying. I understand these theories about they're going to replace Joe Biden and everything like that. I don't see how it happens.
Because he would have to agree to it. If it's an open convention, because he can't step down because then it's the Kamala factor, and they don't want Kamala. They're scared she would lose. It would be a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to go to the convention. Then he would have to give up his delegates. He would have to fully agree with this, give up the delegates, and they would choose his replacement. It would have to happen at the convention. It's an open convention. So I just don't look at him at the debate party that we saw. I mean, Jill Biden was out there like propping him up.
Yep.
Trump's a liar, and oh, you did great, Joe. You answered. She actually said you answered all the questions, and I was like, oh my goodness.
Yep. Marcus Aurelius says on Twitter, Biden should have done a few Hawk Tuas before hitting the stage to clear the phlegm out of his throat. 855-839-1210. Let's go to Maplewood. Dennis is with us. Dennis, you're next up on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
We are well.
I'm still shell-shocked. I don't know what happened last night. I'm actually running a little bit late for work this morning because I had a couple cold ones watching the debate.
Yeah.
And I'm just happened to go through my text thread, and I seen from, I'm sure you guys do it as well, have your liberal friends that you disagree with, maybe agree with here and there.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking back on my message here, and it says, I said, wow, that was a debacle. And he said, what? My buddy. He said, one lies and is a felon, and the other one stutters but gives out facts. Did I watch the same thing he watched last night, Nick?
No, you must have had the alternate feed.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I love your show. You guys keep going. You're doing great. Thank you for all you do.
All right, Dennis.
Let me ask
so nice.
Let me ask you guys a question though. Did that debate for moderates, for people who those that sliver of people that don't have their mind already made up,
right?
Did that? Are they now going to just stay home and not vote for Joe Biden, or do you think that they're going to vote for Trump? Because I don't think Trump won any voters last night. I think Joe Biden got a lot of people. I think Joe lost a lot of voters, but I don't know if Trump gained any voters.
It's a great question. To me, it comes down to the level of disdain you might have if you're in that category, that moderate group or that rhino group or even a true independent centrist for those that are out there. It's like, can you set aside, whatever you dislike about Trump, the theatrics, the bombasticness? Can you just look at, because this is the thing that's so unique about this election, is you can compare and contrast the last two administrations. It's like going down aisle 6 of the grocery store and you see all the spaghetti sauces, and then you grab the Rayo's and you grab the Prego. I mean, you look at the price, you can look at the ingredients, the quality. It's not very hard, but there's just some people out there. And that caller said about, if you have a liberal friend or a Democrat friend, I'm like, yeah, that's my mother-in-law. Guaranteed. I got no text from her last night, by the way. Not one. Not a single text.
That's a sign.
But if I would have tried to rub it in on her, she would have spun it, just like, well, he's a convicted felon. And I'm like, no. Let's stay on topic. I don't care about his convicted felon. Let's stay on topic. How did you think your guy did last night? It's indefensible.
Yeah, I will say this to Greg's point about Trump.
Yep.
I wish there were moments
that they didn't talk about golf.
Well, that was a painful. I thought that was a painful moment.
Right.
I wish that Trump, and this is hard to do when you're being attacked, and Joe Biden is attacking him, but I wish he would have looked into the camera and just taken that moment, to Greg's point, to talk to the American people and address the American people as a president would.
Mm-hmm.
In a moment to say, look, I was at the funeral today of Jocelyn and Gary, her family, her grandparents, her mom. The border policies, the economic policies look around us, and I love this country. And just take a moment and even pause and have those powerful moments that television especially can deliver when you pause and say, look around our country at what is happening. We need to restore order. We need a president who's in control of his policy and in control of his faculties.
Mm-hmm.
And let's move forward, America. Let's make America great again. But take that moment. I felt that he was a little rushed. I felt that he was too reactionary because, look, he was being attacked. The format was a little weird, I thought, because there were times when, like, Biden especially, I felt that they gave Biden, you have a minute to respond. I felt like Biden had more minutes to respond than Trump did. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just felt like the format was weird because usually if somebody is calling you a liar and just saying things about your record that just aren't true. I mean, Border Patrol. When Biden said that, I was like, what are you talking about? And they even came out and put it out in a tweet and said, we have never endorsed Joe Biden.
Right.
We endorse Trump. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, some of the stuff was just so out there crazy.
Yeah, and there was, to your point with the time allotments, they both, got the same time bank, so to speak, but just sitting through Biden's allotted time felt like sitting through an eternity of just rambleness. And then there were times where Trump, he was so dialed in, he finished and he had time to spare. Right?
Yeah.
It's like when you take a test and you get 15 minutes, and Trump's handing it in with 4 minutes left on the clock, basically.
I'm wondering too what the morning news shows, which are going to start in 6 minutes. I wonder what they're going to what's the montage? What clip are they going to lead with? Do you think? You want to know what my guess is? It's going to be this one. This is cut 18. Phil, if you can, real fast, go.
You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give an answer.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into...
That's what I think is going to... That interaction about you have the morals of an alley cat. I didn't have sex with a porn star. I believe that's what everybody's going to lead with.
The trashy stuff that honestly most of Americans don't even care about.
No, I don't think they're. First of all, it's their kids watching. They're not going to lead with sex with a porn star at 7 o'clock in the morning. What they're going to lead with is probably the answer to: will you accept the election?
Gotcha.
Will you accept the results of the election? Which Trump said absolutely. But then he did go on to say, as long as it's, I forget what he said, as long as it's fair and certified or whatever, and they're using that today, and that's New York Times today. Donald Trump delivered his false statements with conviction, affirming many voters concerned about his character and the threat he poses for democracy. That's at the top. New York Times.
Yeah.
Jiminy Crickets.
I will give CNN credit here as we wrap up the first hour. I probably lost track of time specifically at 9:52 when they took that first commercial. As of 9:52, 52 minutes in, CNN did not drudge up, January 6th, the 2020 election. Obviously, they did in the second part into the 10 o'clock hour. I thought that would be relatively early on in the debate because that's what they do. They just keep reliving and relitigating 3 and 4 years ago. But they did not. In fact, think about the world we're living in where CNN looks really, really good this morning because Joe Biden was just that god-awful. Wild times. 855-839-1210. Hour number 2 is on the way. We'll get some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour from Dawn. Get to your calls, 855-839-1210. And, of course, the cut sheet. It's loaded today, and it's coming up in just about 48 minutes. Back after this, Kayal and Company.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Well, first, the easy part. Donald Trump is a liar, a flawed character, mean, a jerk, very unlikable, and that was obvious tonight. Now, the hard and heartbreaking part. I have been a surrogate for some presidential candidates in my time. I know what the job is after a debate of a surrogate. I've never wanted to be a surrogate more than I do right now. Because when you're a surrogate, you have to focus on the positives. But I have said very clearly and very plainly on this network, and my job now is to be really honest. Joe Biden had one thing he had to do tonight, and he didn't do it. He had
one job. You had one job, and you couldn't do it. But Donald Trump is mean.
That was former Senator Claire McCaskill, by the way, who is a Biden surrogate.
Mm-hmm. Welcome back in. Hour number 2 on this Friday morning. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. What's on the cut sheet coming up at 7:45? We'll get to the news, round number 2 here in just a moment. But we did have a few people that were talking about independence and were they swayed last night. Now, I do have a brand new poll in front of me from the Daily Mail /JL Partners polls, and this is a post-debate poll amongst 805 independent voters, and it says who won the debate. 68% of those 805 independents say Donald Trump won the debate. So What does that mean? Does that translate at the ballot box? Are these independents all going to go and vote for Trump? Will 68% of them go GOP? I don't know. I have my doubts. But I do think last night was a moment. And this is the thing, too, when you look at, well, what do the Democrats do now? The reality is they don't have a surefire solution. Gavin Newsom, you could easily shred if he's the option. Gretchen Whitmer, I don't think we will ever see in my lifetime, a female president of the United States of America. I do think we will eventually have one. I do think it's likely it'll be a Democrat as opposed to a Republican, but I don't think Gretchen Whitmer is the option. They can't go back to Hillary. They won't go to Kamala. Michelle Obama hates politics and wants no part of it. And the guy that I think is going to be a president one day, but I think it's at least 4 years too soon, is Josh Shapiro. So the Democrats really, they don't have that solution right now. And that's where the panic is. It's not so much that Biden was a disaster. It's like, oh my God, Joe Biden was terrible. Surprise, surprise. And when you go through the list, 3, 4, 5, 6 different options, none of them seem like they're a viable possibility. So that's where they are. I think they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, but that's their problem. 855-839-1210. Round number 2 of the news, Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This Friday morning, we are at 66 degrees, mostly sunny skies here on Kayal and Company News Live on this Friday morning. Grieving family members of a murdered Philadelphia mother are speaking out against DA Larry Krasner, saying justice was not served after the district attorney cut a plea deal. So this is with the Philadelphia man who admitted to fatally stabbing his girlfriend and mother to 6 young children. He was sentenced yesterday after pleading guilty to third-degree murder. Ashley Lockhart had a protection from abuse order against Raymond Thompson, and in August of 2022, Thompson stabbed her 27 times throughout her body, cutting her jugular, leaving the knife in her face.
Cutting a plea and going down to third degree.
Her sister, her brother, her family speaking out yesterday, very upset, saying that they were told by Krasner's office, by prosecutors, that initially there would be a murder trial, first-degree murder. They wanted this guy to go away forever. And then at the last minute, they were told, no, it won't go to trial. There will not be a jury trial because they allowed the killer to cut a plea deal, and make it a third-degree murder case.
It's a mockery of justice is what it is.
So he cut, so at the end of the day, the judge sentenced him to 20 years, but with game time, they fear that he could even get out earlier than that. And they feel certainly that he should be, they wanted the death penalty, but they wanted certainly that he would never see freedom again, that he would be held behind bars. And so they were very upset. They talked about Lockhart, that she was a great mother, 6 young daughters, saying she was an uplifting, inspiring, creative, beautiful person. And they feel that justice was denied for this victim of a heinous, violent crime.
Oh, just disgusting. Yeah. I feel for that family.
Oh, my goodness. Police in North Wildwood, New Jersey, announcing that 2 teenagers are under arrest in connection to that assault that happened on the boardwalk earlier this month. And police are saying the assault, and they had said they would throw the book at these juveniles, charge them with the toughest charges. The 2 individuals have finally turned themselves into authorities after authorities plastered surveillance pictures pretty much everywhere, all over social media. Now we have a 17-year-old juvenile from Philadelphia, a 16-year-old juvenile from Ivyland, taken into custody, North Wildwood Police Headquarters. They're charged with juvenile aggravated assault, the toughest charges you could put against a juvenile. That's what they charged them with, aggravated assault, conspiracy to commit aggravated assault. So these 2 they want them to go away to juvie, and they are throwing the book at them and saying, anybody who acts up like this and commits violence on the boardwalk, this is what happens to you.
Yes, FAFO. I remember this had to be, it might have been 80s or 90s. Wasn't there a program called Scared Straight where they were very, very tough
absolutely.
With the Utes?
Yep.
And it sends a shock to your system like, hey, you better figure it out and get your you-know-what together, because once you become 18 and you do this again, there's not going to be that type of leniency.
Yeah, this is true.
Yep.
We've talked about this case in Chester County. Chester County stepfather beating his toddler stepson to death, never called for help for the little boy. This, according to the Chester County District Attorney. The stepdad is identified as 20-year-old Enrique Lopez Gomez, charged with third-degree murder and related crimes in the death of the little boy, who was so severely injured that once police did finally arrive, the boy could not be saved, they said. 21-month-old little boy.
It's just awful.
That one in the headlines. Sherelle Parker, mayor of Philadelphia, announcing this extended school year program, pilot program that does begin this fall, 2024 pilot program. Schools, 25 schools, that includes the 5 charter schools, will be open from 7:30 in the morning to 6 o'clock at night, 5 days a week, including 6 weeks during the summer. So Mayor Sherelle Parker says she's delivering on that campaign promise. It'll be a pilot program. She believes it will make a difference in the lives of children. Obviously, this morning we're talking about the big story, which is reacting to Biden, Trump facing off last night. And among the Democrats, the headlines this morning, they say that top Democrats are panicked over the 2024 race after President Joe Biden's debate performance left many openly questioning whether he should remain the party's nominee. So even in a CNN flash poll, 67% of debate watchers for CNN said that Trump turned in a better performance compared to only 33% for Biden. What does that mean moving forward? We don't know.
Yep.
This is being called one of the busiest travel days of the year. Passengers and traffic at, we know right now the Schuylkill 76 eastbound jammed up because of an accident off to the side. And as well, we're talking about I-95 semi-trailer tractor fire that is wreaking havoc on I-95 this morning. So also at U.S. airports and PHL, on pace today to make it the busiest day ever for TSA, predicting more than 3 million passengers will be screened. So if you're heading out this morning, put your patience cap on. As my mom used to always say, put your patience cap on.
Yeah, patience cap. It never really fit my head quite well. By the way, the screening, hopefully the screening is actually better than what they do with the screening and vetting at our southern border. Just a piece of commentary right there.
Yeah. The Southern Crosswalk, you mean?
Yeah, the Southern Jaywalk.
Jeez. So we have that going on. The forecast today, we talked earlier this morning about the Phils losing. The headline this morning is not about the Phils' loss that was painful enough, 7-4 loss to the Marlins, but the fact that Bryce Harper, upon being elected to his 8th All-Star game hours earlier, Harper limping off the field with a hamstring tightening as he was running to first base on the final play of the game, 9th inning. And so we're just waiting for the prognosis, crossing fingers. So Bryce Harper is questionable for today. Kyle Schwarber also was injured last night, so that's not great news. And we do have a beautiful day weather-wise, though. High of 85 degrees. Picture perfect day today. Bright sunny skies, lower humidity. You're going to love it. The weekends, tomorrow looks great. So Saturday, weather-wise, the better day. 88 degrees, sunny skies, a chance for those pop-up showers. Sunday, however, that marks a change. We could see some storms and rain rolling through Sunday as we're in the upper 80s, but the timing of the storm and the rain, that is in play. Watch out for that one, because remember, we did have just recently a gentleman killed at the Jersey Shore by lightning strikes. He went back to tell a group of kids, teenagers. Remember we talked about that?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, get off the beach. The storm is coming in fast. And then he was struck by lightning.
Ugh.
I mean, it's just horrible. So, just watch for that on Sunday, because I know a lot of people are going down, obviously, because July 4th falls midweek this week. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. A couple of things here as far as conversation around the debate last night that we have not hit on. I want to just throw out this concept or maybe just this question because we talked about this leading up to it. And I know, Greg, you were of the belief that it was very possible that this debate does not happen and does not go off for one reason or another. But based off of what happened last night, do we need to start wondering whether or not a second debate will happen? I mean, honestly, if you're Biden, first of all, I don't think you can, put the genie back in the bottle. It's not like you can salvage debate number one, go out and do a second debate, and he could be. I mean, I guess in theory he could be worse. I don't know how it's possible, but he could actually be worse.
He could actually expire on stage.
Yes, he could. He'd literally spontaneously combust and turn into dust at the podium. I mean, it's possible. But even if he was like a tick better, it doesn't really do anything for him and his, prospects of being the nominee or winning the election or completing a second term or anything like that. If you're the Biden campaign, do you put the kibosh on sending him out again? I mean, we didn't see him for 7 days. Mm-hmm. Do they put him away until November 5th? I mean, if 7 days aren't going to get you ready, I don't know that 4 months will, but I'm just thinking, like, what do they do debate-wise moving forward?
I think that they're going to do the opposite of that, actually. I think they're going to send him out and try and show the American people that he's, and I can't even say this with a straight face, vigorous. And, that last night's debate was just a one-off and don't believe your lying eyes and all of that nonsense. And if I'm the Biden campaign, yes, I'm pushing for another debate.
Wow.
Because I need, I guess the one saving grace from this from this whole thing is that this happened in June and October.
But the next one is not until September
10th.
September 10th.
And don't forget, guys, and I know it's different circumstances, but don't forget how horribly John Fetterman did against Dr. Oz.
That's correct.
And he trounced him in the debate or in the in the election.
Right.
Again,
they
local
quick.
A lot of people at that time, because it was so late, a lot of people had voted already. So, kind of different circumstances. Mm-hmm. But let's not think that we don't know what the American people saw. We know what the pundits are saying. We know what social media is saying.
Media is complicit in the bias.
And by the way, Dawn, the Today Show ran that clip that I said.
No way. Did they
run it?
Of course they did.
They did?
Of course they did. I always.
That was off the top?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Boy, I tell you what, that takes some gumption.
They also played the clip of Biden, losing his train of thought and Trump saying, I don't know what the hell he just said, and he doesn't either.
Right.
So, I mean, look, it's,
Locally, they led with the J6 answer of Trump.
They also played that, too. I think that... I think
we were both right.
I think that this is if you're the Biden campaign, I just think that you're trying every way possible to spin. And sending out Kamala Harris last night, like...
She polls lower than him, and they were resorted to that.
But if you had a good debate, do you send out your vice president?
You don't need your view.
You don't. No. You let the pundits all say what they're going to say. She did CNN last night. She did MSNBC. Like they were like, they called her up at 11:30, and they were just like, get in front of a camera now.
Hey, get Harris on the bat phone. Stat. Jeez almighty.
Yeah.
We're going to get to, speaking of the Bidens and the Obamas, I want to get to this Michelle Obama frustration with the Biden story that Axios broke yesterday. We'll get to that in a moment because there's a couple of takeaways that are interesting. But you mentioned Fetterman, and I've gone through the list here. We've gone from Gavin Newsom to Josh Shapiro to Gretchen Whitmer, on down the list, Hillary Clinton. I mean, the Democrats have a major issue right now in the Middle East with the way the Squad Dems and the progressives have kind of splintered the left, so to speak. And one man has been very, very logical on this issue, and it's Fetterman. And now that you look at Fetterman and his cognitive ability has been, repaired post-stroke, by and large now when Fetterman speaks, if he was a 1 out of 10 after the stroke, he's probably like a 7 or an 8 now, and good for him. I don't wish any ill will upon him. Are the Democrats now thinking, as they look at their bench, is it time to possibly, if they're going to make a switch, Would Fetterman be in the conversation?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
I look. Usually the pundits are wrong, so the fact that they're all saying the same thing makes me think that they're probably wrong.
Okay.
But I just look, if I was a Democrat, I would absolutely be calling everybody, rounding the troops, and saying we need to get this guy out if we want to try any chance to win this.
Yep.
But I just don't. I don't see what's the next step, because they can't just jump over Kamala Harris.
I know,
they
because then
can't do
everybody
it.
will cry. Well, not everybody, but the far left will cry racism and sexism.
Exactly.
You can't go over a African American female second in line for the white guy. They in their identity politics obsession world, they'll all have they're all sitting here saying today, like the Joy Reids of the world, how bad Biden was, and we're all like, wow, even Joy Reid is acknowledging it. But don't think for a second that people like Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow and those on the far left on MSNBC and many on CNN will not play the victim card if Kamala gets leapfrogged. That will absolutely happen. But if they're gonna make a change, they're gonna have to get their power players together. They're going to get Barack. They're going to get Bill. They're going to get Hillary. I'm sure Dr. Jill.
They're going to get their donors. They're going to get their big money donors. And their job today is to somehow tell those big money donors, no, don't worry. We have this all under control.
And no Hollywood fundraiser will save them.
No,
right?
This is they're in a lose-lose situation. And I think maybe the conversation for them is because they can't skip over Kamala Harris. They just can't.
Yep.
So is the answer to run her and just know that she's going to lose, or is the answer to run Joe Biden, take the loss, and then start again in 2020? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like
they might run Joe for sure, but I can't imagine the thought internally is we're just going to chalk up an L, right? Like, I mean, Democrats are obsessed. I mean, that's one of the things we've talked about, the willingness to go so far. I mean, we talk about, well, it's immoral, it's elder abuse. They don't care. I mean, Dianne Feinstein, John Fetterman, as long as you're breathing, that's good enough for them, right? So I don't imagine that they're just going to be like, hey, you know what? We'll get it back together and we'll have a better shot in 2028. I can't imagine that being the mindset with the way they operate.
What's their other option? They're not going to skip over Kamala Harris. They're just not.
No. Well, the only way they ever would, and she's already said she's got no interest, is Michelle Obama. Then they could say, because then you can't play the race card, you can't play the sex card. I mean, Michelle Obama's just a more likable version of Kamala Harris. I mean, she's got no skin in the game. She's got no ability to do this position. Just because you were the first lady doesn't make you qualified to be the president. But they're up, what's creek. Let me grab one quick call before we break. Rob is in Moreland, Pennsylvania. Rob, go ahead.
Yes, I think after last night, the performance of Biden was very telling. It's time for this weekend at Bernie's fiasco to stop. I can't see us going. We just showed the world how weak we are right now by putting him up there. We're only.
Oh no!
Oh no!
He expired just like Joe Biden. Oh no! Good call, Rob. But I got your point.
I mean. Like I said, the only saving grace for the Biden, if you're looking for one silver lining, is that this happened in June, and not September.
And Americans have a short attention span. We forget,
and it's a Thursday night. A lot of people are already headed out for the weekend.
That's my question. We bet on the ratings yesterday. 20 spot going to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
Was this the most watched debate in history or the least? Did people stay for the first 5 minutes and we're like, okay, enough of this, I'm out?
Mm-hmm.
You know
Good
what I mean?
point.
Like, I don't, or did people see on social media, oh my God, you have to watch this train wreck, and more people tuned in?
It's a great question. Do we know when the ratings, will they come out today?
Later today.
Later today, okay.
Yeah.
So we'll get a chance to react to that on Monday. Dawn had 79 million viewers. I had 74, and Stalker took way under.
Way under.
40 million.
40 million.
And you wanted to go lower.
I stick by it. I stick by it. I think that the American people were disgusted last night everything.
Yeah.
And I think most of them turned it off.
All right, 855-839-1210. We'll come back a little bit more. Michelle Obama's private frustrations with the Bidens and why she has yet to endorse Joe Biden or advocate for him. Kayal and Company, cut sheet in about 20 minutes.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Something amazing is happening in video conferencing. People are showing up in big ways. That's because CDW is building collaborative and connected video and audio environments with HP Poly. With Noise Block AI to silence distractions and group framing to highlight speakers, everyone on your team gets to shine. Make amazing happen. HP Poly and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/poly.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go: shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms: irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's here, the summer heat, and it's getting hotter, and that heat's just pouring into your home. Need a solution? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new insulated and vented roof. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick, voted best of Philly, installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation. Plus, they have special financing if you need it. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
A tasty new game is coming your way. Test your skills in Kirby's Quick Run at Tastykake.com. Help Kirby the Crimpet collect all of the Tasty Cake treats. Play now to enter our sweepstakes for a chance to win exclusive prizes. Increase your chances of winning by playing every day. And don't forget to celebrate National Crimpet Day on July 7th by snagging some limited edition confetti crimpets in stores now. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you have a fear of the dentist, you're not alone. My friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is known for helping you overcome your fear and anxiety. Patients have come to Dr. Bent's from all over Pennsylvania, South Jersey, some even farther, from New York, Florida, even Washington State. One of our listeners have been putting off much-needed dental work, get this, for 8 years due to fear and anxiety. After hearing me talk about how great Dr. Bent's was with fearful patients, she reached out, made an appointment, traveling from Ocean City, New Jersey to East Norriton just for Dr. Bent's. She still comes back for routine care. That's how good Dr. Bent's and his entire staff are. They go out of their way to help your fear and anxiety. Now's the time to call Dr. Robert Bent's, the Bent's Dental Group. See the Bent's difference. Make that appointment today. Visit bentsdentalgroup.com or call 610-272-6949, 610-272-6949.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
On the street where you live, girls talk about the social lives.
7:29 Friday morning. It is Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. What is on the cut sheet? Well, it's more like what's not going to be on the cut sheet because we've got everything for you. It's coming up in just about 15 minutes. And you know it's bad for Joe Biden when the New York Times website is just stacked with column after column where basically all the opinion columnists are throwing in the towel for Joe Biden. Thomas Friedman, President Biden is my friend. He must bow out of the race. Frank Bruni, Biden cannot go on like this. Patrick Healy, I think he was in There's Something About Mary. I'm hearing high anxiety from Democrats over Biden's debate performance. And Nicholas Kristof, President Biden, it's time to drop out. Dawn, you always look at some of the local angles. Here's one from 6ABC. Biden's biggest weakness, his age, on full display at debate.
Welcome to the party, pals.
Yeah, I guess, it's about as offensive as 6ABC can be, but at least they're not trying to sugarcoat it too much. So there you go. 855-839-1210. Let's get to all of your calls. Lenny is in Pittman. He's up next. Lenny, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
You know, there's an old saying in politics, there's nothing to fear but Joe himself. And I got to be honest with you, I wanted that to actually happen last night. I said, you know, when they get to a debate, Trump will shine. But I got to be totally honest with you. Watching it live, I realized I actually felt empathy. I did. I just said I was waiting for the hook to come out. And somebody just pull him off. It was that bad. I really felt bad. And if Dr. Jill is really a doctor, I don't know where she got her Ph.D. Maybe she went to Delaware State, too, the first one in her family. But, man, I'll tell you what, that was a total embarrassment. It really was.
Yes. I mean, it was just one of those things that where I think, because a lot of us have somebody in our life, whether it was a grandfather or maybe their own father or, you know, their mother or grandmother that went through, dementia or ALS, Parkinson's, something like that. And you just look at Joe Biden, and again, I still dispute that White House physical that, he checked out fine. Okay, yeah, he's got high cholesterol and high blood pressure, and he wears a CPAP machine when he goes to bed. It's very hard for me to believe that there's not something else going on. But empathy is interesting because usually you don't see much of it at all in the political arena. But I don't think Lenny is wrong. I think there are people out there in this audience that are probably sitting there this morning. As much as I dislike Biden, as much as I hate his policy, I do think there are people out there that are saying, you know what, I do feel bad for this guy because, unless look now, here's the one thing I will say. Unless Joe Biden is just, and I think this could very well be true because I think he's very combative and argumentative behind the scenes. If he's the one wanting to keep going, then you know what? I don't feel bad for him because if other people behind the scenes have said, Joe, in your best interest, we're looking at you for your health, and he's the one saying, no. It's like when you have a drinking problem or a drug problem and everybody's trying to intervene and you keep resisting and denying, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. It's fine. Eventually you're like, all right, well then you do you. That could very well be the case with Joe Biden. That's the only time where I would not have empathy. Like if you want to keep fighting and you're a swamp guy, Mr. I got elected at 29. I've been doing this for 5 decades.
Let's play the part in the debate last night where they asked, this happened late in the debate, where they asked about their age, and about voters' concerns about their age. Joe Biden goes first. This is cut 23, Phil. Go.
Essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States.
This question was about his age, by the way.
Guess what? Those fabs, they call them, to build these chips. Those fabs pay over $100,000.
Wow.
You don't need a college degree for them.
Completely lost the thread.
Billions. About $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
Wow.
Just painful. Trump's probably sitting there like, wow.
Well, if you're watching on YouTube, you can see Trump's face. He's just like, what the hell is he talking about? Like he completely lost the thread of the conversation. And I get it. That's debate. That's debating. You don't answer the questions, or you kind of answer the question they asked you, and then you talk about something you actually want to talk about. I understand how debates work, but he completely lost. If you asked him what those moderators should have done, was they should have said to him, what was the question I just asked you?
Because there's no way he remembers what it was. There's no shot.
None.
And then he says, well, I'm 3 years younger and he's a lot less, Trump's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. Remember this conversation that we were having and all these little gotcha moments that the left was trying to post when Trump would botch a name or get a country wrong and say, see, he's in cognitive decline too. And I'm like, yeah, Trump has moments here and there. But that's Joe Biden every single time. Again, I think Trump is about 95% of what he was 4 and 8 years ago. I guarantee you there's nobody out there today questioning Donald Trump's mental acuity. Not at all.
No.
Trump then responded to the same question. Cut 24, Phil, if you will, go.
End of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way, and I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden.
That's a pretty good answer. I got to say, he didn't dance around it. He didn't pivot to the CHIPS Act and everything else like Joe did. And, yeah, I mean, I don't give a rip about their golf games. But, I mean, we're talking about a guy who still does play golf and play a lot. And the other guy can't really go up a flight of steps without the potential of falling on his face. 855-839-1210. Let's rip through a couple of these calls before we get to the cut sheet. We've got Ron, who's up next. Ron, you're on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I just got an opinion and see how you feel about this, but I thought that last night's questions were formatted to benefit Joe Biden. You guys alluded earlier to the audience on this particular debate, and you also alluded to not only how many attended or
there was no audience,
tuned in. Yeah, the audience for the debate. Yes.
Yep. Go ahead, Ron.
But I guess the point is in the first 5 minutes, most of these people, and I'm talking about the voters that are up for grabs, the middle class and below, the minorities, women that want the suburban women that you speak of that we're trying to get that vote. They want to hear about economy. That's all they care about right now. They don't want to hear this long drawn out 30 minutes about Ukraine, about Israel, going back and forth and back and forth. As soon as they got into that, they tuned out. If they would have put more substance into the economy at the beginning of the debate, I think that's where it would have benefited Trump more. He did really well, don't get me wrong, and he threw in little bits and pieces about the economy. But in the end, I think it would have benefited more if he would have got those voters' attention at the beginning.
Well, but the first question, though, Ron, was about the economy. That was legitimately the opening question at 9:04 or whatever time that the format officially started. So,
but I think he's saying that they should have spent more time on it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But if you're looking at it from, I'm just going to go. I'm not defending CNN, but if you're looking at it from a production standpoint as the network, I mean, how many different topics did they go through over the course of 90 minutes? So, how much time are you really going to allot to, the economy when you want to get to the border, you want to get to the age, they're going to drum up the past. So you start putting together, your bullet points of topics. I mean, there's only, let's face it, Joe can't go 9 minutes. So it's not like they can go beyond 90 minutes when you got a guy up there who's 81 and doesn't know that he'll actually be 86 if he's reelected and completes a second term. That's the other thing. I don't even know, if you ask, simple questions, does Joe know how old he is? I say that with all due respect. I don't know if he knows.
Navy Prepper on the YouTube chat has my exact thought.
Okay.
He says he lost the debate, meaning Joe Biden, the minute he walked out.
Yeah.
I agree with you. He walks out, he looks frail, he's kind of shuffling. It looked like an elderly man. There's nothing wrong with being being an elderly person. Let me say that again. Nothing wrong with it.
Of course not.
But when you're running for the highest job and the most important job in the land, you can't look frail like that. And he looked frail the second they introduced him.
It has nothing to do with age, and that's why the 6ABC headline that you talked about, his age, that no. They're 3.5 years apart. This is not about age. It's about his condition physically and mentally, his mental acuity.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't finish a thought.
Yeah.
And he looked weak and he sounded weak. And he, in talking about the economy, they did ask the economy, he just couldn't answer it. And then he's like, a million, trillion, gazillion. He couldn't even do the math.
I
It
know.
was embarrassing.
More trillionaires under Trump.
Billionaires.
Millions, billions, trillions. He
Trillions.
can't even get the denominations right.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And you're right. Look, on the birth certificates, they're separated by about 3.5 years. But when you watch them and you listen to them, you would think they're separated by 25 years. That's really the case. Like, you would think Biden's 81, and you would think, like, Trump's, 60 years old based on their performances.
Jeremy Burke, I hate admitting Greg is right. Why do you hate admitting I'm right? I mean, come on. I bring it. Thank you.
Right about what?
I don't know.
Just everything.
Everything. Always right.
All right, let's get to the cut sheet in a couple of minutes. If you're on hold, hang tight. We'll weave some calls in and around the clips. It's What's on the Cut Sheet time, and it's coming up next here on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I've been talking about the fact that today is one of the busiest travel days, certainly of the summer, and summer kicking off road trip season for many of us. But do you know if your vehicle is road trip ready before you head out? Well, my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you make sure you and your family are safe on the roads this summer. The service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle all your regular maintenance stuff, all your needs there, but also they diagnose possible issues before they happen. So this is important to schedule a service appointment online today. Just visit them at piazzapremiumautomobiles.com. Piazza, piazzapremiumautomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. piazzapremiumautomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking that we're at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Topricin Pain Relief Cream can help you live a pain-free life. If you suffer aches and pains of any kind, including arthritis, back, neck, shoulder, and joint pain, please try patented Topricin Pain Relief Cream. Topricin is made from good things like arnica, echinacea, and calendula. Guaranteed Topricin is available at fine pharmacies and natural markets throughout Greater Philadelphia and online at Amazon and Topricin.com. Get Topricin today. Topricin, rub it in. Use only as directed.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
I'm serious. Think about it.
746, Kayal and Company. I think you're crazy if Joe Biden should stay in. Wow, what a performance, or lack thereof. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, as we roll on Friday morning, reaction, takeaways, observations from debate night in America. This coming as yesterday, the latest Gallup poll, net favorability ratings were released. Joe Biden, an all-time new low of 37%. Donald Trump at 46%, his highest since April of 2020. That was a month into the pandemic. All right, our buddy Sean Farish coming up at 8:30. Excuse me.
Can't wait.
Donald Trump coming up at 8:30.
For his first response, for his first interview since the debate last night. What will he say?
Oh, man.
Farish Friday.
Farish Friday.
8:30.
I'm freezing my ass off up here.
8:30 to this morning.
All right, let's get to it. It's a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Friday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yosef and the entire team. Please watch there, my love.
Sorry.
You do that every morning. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to you. Do. As soon as you walk in, you put your bag down, and it goes right on. It goes right on the telephone.
But my lipstick's on, so that's the priority.
Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. They're good people over there at Cherry Hill Volvo. They support our calls. They support our radio station. You should support them as well. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo. By the way, lots of people, lots of listeners, lots of people tuning in on the Odyssey app, lots of people watch you on YouTube. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, please hit the follow button to 1210 WPHT. Please hit the follow button. It may not seem like a lot to you. It's free. It's a lot to us, so please hit the follow button. If you're watching right now on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button, too. Hit the subscribe button. Again, free. May not be a lot to you, but it's a ton to us. So thank you for that, and thank you to everybody who's listening this morning. By the way, so I said that Joe Biden kind of shuffled out on stage. So let's contrast that with the way Donald Trump came out on stage, plus the first question. Like, this is when we knew, at least I did, 5 minutes into this thing, I'm like, well, good night, everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like John Fetterman starting out that debate against Mehmet Oz, saying,
good night, everybody.
Exactly.
Yep.
You were like, well, this is the debate, and this debate is over. This is kind of how this whole thing started, and the train wreck just went worse from here. This is cut 5. Phil, go.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
He walks out like a normal human.
Yep. Got all his faculties.
Yes.
Doesn't look frail.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
Look at his eyes.
You got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of households where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems.
You know what it is, too? It's the he can say all the substance, all the facts, whether they're true or not, he wants to. the style.
Yes.
The what's the word I'm looking for? Like the
presentation.
Yes, is just like you can't get over it.
No.
He just sounds weak and
It's
frail.
just-
The end.
It reminds me of my mom's father when he was getting up there. He always had like a runny eye. He always had a runny nose, and I'm like, Pop, what's wrong? He's like, I'm just getting old. Like that's the president right there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, that in a nutshell. And you talk about his face there when he's listening to Tapper deliver the first question. It's this like, I mean, you would think he's being asked, what's the square root of 582? He's just in like a trance.
He is.
Man,
Yeah.
you could just tell it takes him a lot just to focus.
But, Biden's answers when he talks about this stuff, and he talked about the economy, and then Trump rightfully came out and said he caused the inflation. I just think that it's stunning to me this morning as I watch the media spin happening, and this is what concerns me. It was on a Thursday night. Today they're saying is the busiest travel day. Yesterday was one of them, and a lot of people they don't listen to Greg Stock or don't get your news from Twitter or social media, but a lot of people do.
Yep.
And I just wonder with different individuals, how many people will take the spin and say, oh, Joe Biden, he had a cold. And, the truth is Trump lies. He just lied and denied. And Joe Biden is the good guy, and I trust him. I do worry because the media here is complicit. It's unbelievable.
CNN went through a big fact-checking session on Biden last night, and they just destroyed him on a variety of the lies that he was peddling. We'll continue with the cuts, and we're going to weave in some calls, 855-839-1210. Let me grab Tony. He is in Roxborough. Tony, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Nick. Obviously, this is a big step forward for the Republicans. But I am so scared that the Republicans are going to blow this. As a matter of fact, it's a fact, all right? Sometimes they can't get out of their own way.
Yep.
This man has to be nominated before he goes to trial. Because after he goes to trial and they convict him, and in my mind, there's no doubt that the Communist Democratic Party is going to try to do that no matter how.
Yeah, let's not forget. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
July 11th. Although I have my doubts that it's actually going to happen then. He's supposed to be sentenced.
Yep.
So the narrative is going to quickly change. Like Dawn said, everybody's going away next week.
Yeah.
The media will move on like it always does. Then everybody comes back from the July 4th holiday. July 11th. Trump is supposed to get sentenced. So the narrative will change, and people's minds, because we quickly forget, will go right back to that. So Tony in Roxborough is 100% right.
Before we continue with the cuts, I want to ask this question for you, Dawn, because you said strategically for the debate last night, Trump needed to be presidential. He needed to have decorum. I thought he really did. I swear he listened to you. Maybe he streamed us on the Odyssey app from the golf cart. I don't know. Do you think he should actually continue that out of the debate for the next couple of months? Or does he revert back to what he typically does, which is fine by me? But do you think maybe this was, because we always say, was this an inflection point? Was this a moment where maybe Trump will pivot? Do you think this continues, or is that just merely based on the arena he was in last night?
I think it continues. I think that he's getting so much praise across the board from people saying that he was very conversational. He was just so relaxed. Yeah. And I think that he has hit the right stride. My only point is that I think he needs to look into that camera more. When anybody interviews him, anytime, anywhere, look into the camera, speak with compassion, and just take the moment as he can do. And he's powerful with that, and he's not tapping into his power to look into the camera. Not a lot of people can do that. That is tough to do.
Right.
Trump can do that and look into the camera, and especially tapping into saying, look, I can't, I know that I should be talking more about our great country. We do have this great country. I love this country, but it's tough. It's tough when you've just grieved with a family. He just came from a funeral of a 12-year-old little girl, Jocelyn. I think that is so powerful, and he went to Lakin's Laken Riley's funeral. These families are reaching out to Trump, not the Biden administration, because Biden won't say their name.
Yeah. And when he does, he calls her Lincoln Riley.
Yes, and calls her by the wrong name. Last night I was at a great event in Montgomery County, and to your point, because some people are calling in saying, what are the Republicans? I have not seen the GOP getting it together as much, and I am heartened by the fact I met the Deputy State Director at the RNC, Sam Martinez. I'm going to have a lot of different people on my show just to talk about locally what's happening. Chester County, Delco, Montgomery County, Bucks County, all these events are being planned. And the GOP, the RNC, they are energized more than I've seen them energized, even in 2016, by the way.
Wow.
Okay. So there is some good news and a real wave coming in of people, but they need your help. They need volunteers. And I'm going to be talking more about that and focusing more on that. So I do feel encouraged by what I see with really the soldiers, if you will, with the RNC, the GOP being brought in, but they need some new recruits.
Trump then responded on the economy issue. This is what he said. This is cut 6, Phil. Go.
And that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates. That was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you, President.
In a nutshell, peace and prosperity. Also, the copying us terminology there was interesting because not only have other nations apparently tried to do that, but heck, Joe Biden at times in this first and hopefully only term has tried to mimic and copy because, that's what Joe Biden does. He's been plagiarizing for a very long time. I will say the other thing, too, on the economy. When we talk about all of these costs, Joe Biden, you're Mr. Kitchen Table Scranton guy. Eggs went from $1.50 a dozen to $3. I know that doesn't seem like a lot. Well, $3. But think about the percentage jump and all the things. We go through these all the time. Air travel, cars, energy, gas, on down the list, 18%, 22%, 27%, 31% increase. It costs you an arm and a leg to feed your dog these days. Dog food, pet food is up 26%. Poor Buddy Boy's going to have to start eating ramen noodles.
Moving on to cut 8, Trump said that more people died of COVID on Biden's administration than his own. This is cut 8, Phil, go.
Liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between.
There you go. So when we talk about COVID, the thing that really worries me is if Biden gets reelected, or any Democrat for that matter. I mean, we just talked about this story yesterday where in Finland they're starting to vaccinate for the bird flu. Everything that we were told was misinformation, and it's just conspiracy talk when it's, oh, well, the efficacy of masks or social distancing. We were right on almost all of it, to some degree, to the entire degree. And that's what concerns me. If a Democrat's in office again and we have another pandemic, we're talking right now, right? COVID cases on the rise. It's the annual summer surge. They're going to try to run the same playbook back again. That's another reason why I don't want this guy in office, because I do think they'll revert to lockdowns, school closures, virtual. And even though we know how disastrous all of it was, they'll still go back to it. Guaranteed.
Yeah. And since when, Trump brought up another great point last night, since when has a president bragged about raising taxes? Remember, read my lips, no new taxes? I mean, and that is so true that Biden is openly saying, yep, your taxes are going up. And anybody thinks that's a good idea anywhere, that's going to revive the economy?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you're right.
Nuts.
Let's grab a call in between clips. Let's go up to Quakertown. Say good morning to Ethan. Ethan, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, good morning. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk a little bit about the optics in the debate. I fully agree with everything that you said, that Biden just did not look good on that stage. But I think when we think about people who are undecided, I think that debate really gets won or lost today when somebody goes and fact checks what Trump said during that debate. There were just a lot of falsities kind of peddled by Trump in his information. And to me, having that debate in the sense that the moderators couldn't fact check, I think really puts a spin on it. And I think a lot of these undecided voters are going to just kind of look at the facts and make a decision from there. And I'd just like to kind of get your take on how accurate Trump's statements were throughout that debate.
Could very well be the case. I could definitely see some independents that are not interested in the song and the dance and the pomp and circumstance and everything and the festivities, and are just looking at the facts. Now, I thought there was 29 different fact checkers. Now, I know they weren't doing fact checking live on the fly, but they were breaking it down on both networks afterwards. I only saw CNN destroying the Biden lies. I'm sure they got to Trump's lies as well. But here's what I would say. Forget about what they say on the debate stage and whether they're partially truthful or mostly incoherent or whatever it might be. Here's what you have to look at, in my opinion, is you just compare the two tenures. You look at all the important things that matter to you personally. Forget what I care about, but you look at things like the economy. What were the numbers at the border? What was the price of this? What was inflation for that? And then just compare. If those are the things that matter to you, to me, the choice should be easy. It shouldn't come down to whether or not somebody lied about this, that, or the other thing. I look at the results. Now, if you're lying about your results, okay, I got it. But all that information is out there for you to make an educated decision. So that's the way out. But what I would like to do is find, I think it was the New York Times that was doing the 29 fact checkers, or any source out there. It doesn't matter to me if it's left wing or right wing. I just want to go and read through all the different fact checks on categories just to draw up like a tally board. Okay, Biden lied 17 times. Trump lied 12 or 20 times.
It's not necessarily a lie. It's just, so with Trump, and this is what kills me. One of the fact checks when he talked about Biden inherited 9% inflation. This was a quote by Trump. Remember, he said Biden said he inherited 9% inflation. Trump said he inherited almost no inflation, and then it stayed that way for 14 months. Then it blew up under him, right?
Yeah.
That was a Trump statement.
Right.
So they're saying, well, it was inflation. It's true that Biden, when he took office, it was 1.4%. So they're parsing the words of Trump when he said almost no inflation.
Yep.
Well, no, it wasn't almost nothing. It was 1.4%. Are you kidding me?
Nobody. The problem is that nobody watching that debate last night took the time to fact check anything. The fact that the media is running with that today, I I just don't like nobody took that. Everybody looked at the style and substance. I'm sorry. We're just not like as a nation, we don't dig that deep into politics. Most people don't even care about politics. So if you're watching it as just a wry observer and you're seeing all this stuff, you're not thinking about the substance. You're looking at a guy who looked presidential in the fact that he had a command of what he was talking about, whether it was true or not. And then you looked at Joe Biden, who looked like he has one foot in the grave.
Yeah.
And that's what people saw. It doesn't matter about lies this, lies that. I know that's what the media is doing, but it doesn't resonate with people.
You're right.
In fact, I would say, and a lot of people were going crazy over Biden with the insulin shots, the thing, $15 a shot from 400. I mean, that one was way wrong.
Yeah.
But I will say that the glaring one that is so insulting was when Biden actually said nobody has died under him and denied Abbeygate and Afghanistan, his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. That's a huge one because it makes me think, does he actually think that? Is he actually so out of his mind? That, because a part of me just thought, oh my goodness, he's so out of it, he actually believes that.
Right. Is he
That's
lying
scary.
or is he just that incoherent? He doesn't know, one from two.
This is where we discussed what we discussed earlier about Biden saying 1,000 trillionaires under Trump. You meant billionaires, and just all over the place. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
World nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
Joe's face.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million.
That's what people saw. That's what people saw is a confused billionaires, trillionaires. Some guy who just doesn't have a command of what he's saying.
I mean, it's bad enough, and obviously the epic moments are when he completely loses his train of thought. But even when he's still talking and hasn't been derailed, he can't. To your point, millions versus billions and billions versus trillions. I mean, and then when we think about the totality of his first term, think about the invisible handshakes, the conversations that he claims he had with people that have been dead. I mean, where's Jackie? On and on and on. It's just, honestly, we're living like an SNL parody spoof bit. Except this is real world stuff. That's the scariest part.
You talked about where he lost it, the one that's making all the news today, where he loses his train of thought, says, and then it ends by saying we finally beat Medicare. And that happened. This whole interaction, this whole thing happened within the first 10 minutes?
Oh, yes.
The debate
Very
when
quick.
Most people are watching.
That could have been the tune-out moment for Biden supporters.
I think it was. Cut 10, Phil, go.
National debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million, billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with.
Look at Trump. Look at him.
Jesus, man.
If
throw the damn
we
towel.
finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting.
I mean, just gave him a layup.
Yes.
And that clip is just everywhere.
Sometimes silence speaks volumes, and when you're just looking there at Trump, looking over at Joe, like, you okay, man? Like there's you talk about the word empathy, like just the look on Trump's face. It wasn't even like a mockery of him or enjoying the moment. He just looks over at him like, is this guy going to be able to get through his answer? Wow. Yeah. Whew. And by the way, that noise you heard, that was people changing the channel. Not this channel, but their television channel last night.
All right, so let's go to some of the spin last night.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no spinning it. Even on the more liberal networks, people like David Axelrod, Van Jones, Joy Reid were just like, I don't know, like, what do you do for this? Let's start with David Axelrod. This is cut. Where are we? Cut 27, Phil. Sorry, there's like 37 cuts here. And there was no sugarcoating this. This happened right after the debate. This got 27, Phil. Go.
Argue with either of them about how a Democratic leaders are reacting to this poll. We said at the beginning that each person had a fundamental goal, and for Biden, that goal was to appear energetic, engaged, and look like someone who is capable of serving for another 4 years for president. That was job number one. I actually think he scored a bunch of points. I think if you just judge this on sort of policy stuff, he did score a bunch of points on issues like abortion, for example, on some of the economic issues. But there is a feeling. I think there was a sense of shock, actually, at how he came out at the beginning of this debate, how his voice sounded. He seemed a little disoriented. He did get stronger as the debate went on, but by that time, I think the panic had set in, and I think you're going to hear discussions that I don't know will lead to anything, but there are going to be discussion about whether he should continue. And I think part of it is Donald Trump did not meet his mission either. He could not resist the temptation to be nasty, to prevaricate about a whole bunch of things, about his own record, about Biden's record, and to seem petty and small at times. So what you saw was a candidate who's deeply vulnerable and a president who may not be able to take advantage of it.
My God, 9 people on that panel. They legitimately couldn't squeeze in a 10th person if they tried. Let me hone in on the energy concept as far as Biden's energy level. Is it possible that the Trump campaign went chess over checkers here? Because for weeks and weeks, Trump kept saying, drug test Joe. I'll take a drug test. Joe's going to be on drugs. And do you think it worked so effectively that Biden's inner circle was like, man, Trump's really banging this drug drum. We can't send him out there like we did for the State of the Union. We have to send him out all natural. Do you think that was maybe like a political victory from a sheer chess versus checker standpoint for the Trump campaign? I think it was pretty smart.
Yeah, I think peptides can only do so much. Peptides and ADHD meds or whatever, a Red Bull, can only do so much.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we saw that on full display. And, the president may have very well had a little bit of a cold. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But a cold does not impact your cognitive abilities.
Right. No,
right.
Of course not.
Yep.
You can come out there even with a stuffed voice, a stuffed nose, and have command of what you're saying. He had command of absolutely nothing last night. Van Jones, we played this earlier, but for those tuning in later, Van Jones talked about his love for Biden. And by the way, David Axelrod, let me just remind people, for those who forget, David Axelrod was the number 2 guy in the Biden or the Obama White House. And everybody remember in 2012 when Obama bombed that first debate against Mitt Romney. I mean, he face planted. Everybody around him knew it. And it was David Axelrod that had to have these conversations with him, like, hey, guy, like, you need to step this up for the next time. So David Axelrod knows what he's doing. He's been here. So the fact that he's saying there's going to be consideration and there's going to be talking about, where we go from here, people should listen to that.
Yeah, I don't think telling Joe he needs to step up his game is going to work.
Cut 28. This is Van Jones from last night. Cut 28, Phil, go.
I can walk you through how I'm supposed to see it and say it, but I just want to speak from my heart. I love that guy. That's a good man. He loves his country. He's doing the best that he can. But he had a test to meet tonight to restore confidence of the country and of the base, and he failed to do that. And I think there's a lot of people who are going to want to see him consider taking a different course now. We're still far from our convention, and there is time for this party to figure out a different way forward if he will allow us to do that. But that was not what we needed from Joe Biden, and it's personally painful for a lot of people. It's not just panic, it's pain for what we saw tonight.
Dana Bash at times last night looked like she was ready to cry because her dreams were coming to an end. And I'm so tired of the the guy didn't acknowledge his granddaughter. All right. I mean, come on. And I know Trump's got his baggage as well, but let's stop with the Joe Biden is he's just the lovable pop. And Joe Biden is not a great man by any stretch. Michelle Obama, I just wanted to read this because I teased this earlier. Michelle Obama's private frustration with the Bidens. This is an Axios exclusive. Former First Lady Michelle Obama privately has expressed frustration over how the Biden family largely exiled her close friend Kathleen Buell after her messy divorce from Hunter Biden. Two people familiar with the relationship told Axios the family tensions and the former First Lady's disdain for partisan politics are partly why one of the Democrats' most popular voices hasn't campaigned for President Biden's re-election, the sources said, even as her husband Barack Obama has been a willing surrogate. And by the way, this is a quote, and this is a pretty damning one. We talk about, Biden, good guy, and the whole Biden family. Oh, it's just like they're the Brady Bunch. We know they're not. In the fall of 2017, Barack Obama, without Michelle, attended a fundraiser in Wilmington for the Beau Biden Foundation, a children's advocacy group. The fundraiser featured much of the Biden family at a time when Hunter, who was recently divorced from Buell, was dating Beau's widow, Haley Biden.
Oh, boy.
After the event, the former president privately described the Biden family dynamics there as, quote, weird S. The four-letter S word.
Yeah.
Weird S. Okay, so this notion that they're the Huxtables, no, and even Barack knows it's a weird thing going on there.
This is cut 37, Phil. Thanks to Jane Duffy for sending this to me. I didn't see this last night. CNN's Aaron Burnett may have let the cat out of the bag by saying that Biden knew every one of these questions is coming.
Now, was it reciprocal for Trump? Was Trump given the questions in advance?
Well, I don't know if let me just before we play this, let me just say that there's a difference between having the questions and knowing they're going to ask about the economy, they're going to ask about abortion, they're going to ask about Jan 6, they're going to ask about this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know the type of questions they're going to ask. You might not necessarily know the question. So let's play this and then we can dissect it. Cut 37, Phil, go.
He goes through 6 days of preparation at Camp David.
More than that.
And they know the rules.
It was more than a week.
Okay, so more than a week. They know the rules. He practices with the mics. He knows every one of these questions is coming. And yet he couldn't fill the time. Now, I just want to, let's see what the White House is saying. Sources close to the White House are saying he had a cold, wasn't feeling well. I mean, as you would expect, that came out early on in the debate. But what accounts for someone with so much experience doing so much preparation and this being the outcome?
Honestly, I think the question answers itself. He wasn't capable of doing any better than he did.
There you go.
I mean, I thought CNN was very, very fair last night from the moderator standpoint of Tapper and Bash, but would it surprise me if Biden was given some advantage pre-debate? Not at all. There's no doubt I think that would be a total realistic possibility. And let's be honest. You knew what was coming. There was really not going to be any surprises. And like I said, when you're sitting there through Joe's answers, it's like a sundial. You're like, oh my God, I couldn't go any slower than this. And Trump was so prepared that he wrapped up his talking points multiple times with time still left on the clock.
Yeah.
This was, I don't know if I should say this, but I did notice at least twice when Trump was speaking, that Joe Biden, the first time I thought, okay, he's itching his ear. The second time, Trump's talking, and I don't know if you noticed this, and Biden, he kind of goes like this, and then he goes like this on his right ear.
Earpiece, maybe?
And I thought, is somebody talking to him?
Yeah, feeding something into it.
Because everything nowadays with hearing aids and technology, you could do that. You don't need to be hardwired. It could be wireless.
It's true.
And I had thought that beforehand because I would probably do that with, you know what I mean? It didn't help him, obviously, because you look at what happened, but
yeah,
I would love to know if they had somebody there who was in a wireless situation feeding him some talking points.
That's a good point. And by the way, speaking of CNN, everybody took the bait yesterday on fake news on social media.
Oh, shocking.
The report that CNN is normally on a 7-second delay, but for the debate, it's a 1 to 2 minute delay, and that gives them an opportunity to manipulate what you're seeing in real time with a delay to make Joe Biden better.
These pundits and these social media grifters did nobody any favors by setting the bar so low. I mean, Joe Biden, luckily, they set the bar so low, and he still went underneath it. But, I mean, they should have just let this play out as it was going to, and it would have been completely different, I think.
The guy that runs the website Leading Report was the one who tweeted that out, and everybody ran with it. I'm like, this has not been corroborated. There's not one source. There's not one citation to any of this. And everybody, of course.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
That's the problem. Kamala Harris, they had a bat phone into the White House, and they were like, Kamala, get on TV now. We need this. We need this. We need somebody that sounds halfway decent, I guess.
It's like pulling your starting pitcher, and you think the guy in the bullpen with an ERA of 9 is going to save you.
Anderson Cooper asked Kamala Harris about the calls to replace Biden. This is what she said. Cut 34. Phil, go.
Joining us now is Vice President Kamala Harris. Madam Vice President, thanks for being with us. CNN's John King has described a panic inside the Democratic Party right now because of President Biden's performance in tonight's debate. He's been hearing from Democratic lawmakers and others around the country. Some within your own party are wondering if President Biden should even step aside. What do you say to that?
Listen, first of all, what we saw tonight is the president making a very clear contrast with Donald Trump on all of the issues that matter to the American people. Yes, there was a slow start, but it was a strong finish. And what became very clear through the course of the night is that Joe Biden is fighting on behalf of the American people, on substance, on policy, on performance. Joe Biden is extraordinarily strong.
But I'm sorry, on substance and policy and performance tonight, I mean, the president's performance tonight clearly was disappointing for his supporters. CNN is reporting Democratic lawmakers watching the debate were worried about the president's performance. One said it was a disaster. Another called it a train wreck. Those are Democrats especially worried that Biden did not punch back on Trump's lies.
Listen, people can debate on style points, but ultimately this election and who is the president of the United States has to be about substance. And the contrast is clear. Look at what...
Boy, she sits there and says he started off slow. I mean,
that was the talking point from a lot of people.
Yes, I mean that's a damning quote there. I mean, remember, never forget 5 years ago, those two were butting heads for the chance to run against Donald Trump. She's the one who's come out and said Joe Biden is a racist. You know they don't like each other. By the way, what was she doing in Los Angeles? Do we know? Was that for some sort of
fundraiser?
Yeah, because I see on the screen there where she's in the background and you see what city she's in. She's in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that until
which
you
is very
pointed
interesting.
It out. Yeah.
Is it not normal standard operating procedure for her to be where Biden is on a debate night?
No, it was a fundraiser.
Okay.
They were trying to raise. Remember, and one thing that was true, I mean, Trump raised that record.
Yep.
141 million, or as Joe Biden would say, million, billion, trillion dollars just in a couple of weeks, basically. But no, so they've been fundraising. They were fundraising in Philadelphia this week.
Yep.
She's in, and she is in, she was in Bradbury, L.A. County's Bradbury, they're vigorously, they need to fundraise.
Don't forget, Sean Farish, a.k.a. President Trump, will rebut this all coming up in 5 or 6 minutes. But let me just finish off with Kamala Harris here.
Yeah.
Somebody brought up this question this morning. Is he like this every day? Like, is this the Joe Biden that everybody sees every day? Anderson Cooper asked Kamala Harris that. This is Cut 35. Phil, go.
Just
Joe
finally,
Biden was very clear.
I know we have to go.
He signed back into law the protections of Roe v. Wade.
The person we
These are
saw
big
tonight,
issues.
the president we saw
Substantive
tonight on that
issues.
stage, is that how he is every day?
Wow. Man.
The Joe Biden that I work with every day is someone who, as I have said, has performed in a way that has been about bringing people into the Oval Office, Republicans and Democrats, to compromise in a way that is extraordinary these days because it just doesn't happen, but Joe Biden can make it happen. The Joe Biden I see is someone who goes to our allies around the world and strengthens NATO to the point that there are 2 new members of NATO who just about 4 years ago, people said, is NATO even have a reason for existing? The Joe Biden I know is someone who has delivered 800,000 new manufacturing jobs and bringing manufacturing back to the United States, not shipping jobs out like Donald Trump did. So that's the Joe Biden I know.
Every researcher will tell you that stress makes dementia worse, particularly symptoms that affect a person's attention, planning, organizing, decision-making.
Mm-hmm.
He was under stress during that debate. The stress makes dementia worse. It explains why, when the debate was over, he goes on stage with Jill and he seems energized and he seems much better.
We started out with this, or at least I did this morning at 6 o'clock. How did Joe Biden think he did last night? Cut 33, Phil. Go.
Mr. President, how did you perform tonight?
I think we did well.
I think we did well.
I think we did well.
That just kind of says it all, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it proves the point.
Yeah,
it really does. All right, that'll do it for round 1 of the cut sheet. We've got about 42 million more clips coming up about an hour from now. But for the next 45 minutes, Donald J. Trump and Sean Farish.
Whoa.
Actually, they're the same people.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe they're not. I don't know.
They're not.
Either way, we're going to have some fun on the other side. Stay tuned. We're back after this.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic High School on June 29th and the Ocean City Music Pier on July 13th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS has raised the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes in recent years. This hits hard if you're behind on your taxes. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. If you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in North Wildwood in Ocean City, New Jersey.
The satire on all of the Eagles and the Phillies, oh my goodness, it was just too hilarious.
His daughter's amazingly a great singer, but I didn't know everybody in the family was that good of a singer. I mean, I absolutely loved it.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood, Saturday, June 29, and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
LifeSurge is coming to Reading on Saturday, July 13th. Be inspired and equipped to grow your financial resources for Kingdom Impact, featuring leaders in faith and finance, including two-time National Football Champion Tim Tebow, Life Without Limbs Nick Vujicic, Duck Dynasty's Willie Robertson, football legend Brian Dawkins, pastor and author Craig Groeschel, plus worship artists Natalie Grant and Matthew West. That's LifeSurge, Saturday, July 13th. Tickets on sale at LifeSurge.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Go home to your mom. It's Kayal and Company, 8:34 Friday morning.
By the way, can I say one thing before we bring Sean on, or excuse me, President Trump? Don't forget the Supreme Court is going to rule probably today on the Trump immunity case.
Wow,
so
what a bombshell that would be.
Like, it's unbelievable. Like, that's probably going to come down at some point today, too.
So you guys are on record. You think it will happen today? My gut feeling is it won't, but I've been wrong before.
I mean, I think it will, yeah. I think it's going to happen today. I think they need to get everything done by July 1st, which is Monday.
Wow.
But they could release it Monday.
Yeah, sure.
It could happen Monday.
Yeah.
But I just wonder, because it's a big decision, if it will be on a Friday.
Of course. Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And so
And
if
then-
it's pro-Trump, which I think, no matter how I look at it, I think it'll be to the advantage of Trump, because it'll be, part of it might be kicked back, but that delays things and is to Trump's advantage. So
And
there's
watch the media narrative change really quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really quickly.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry.
All right, let's welcome in the 45th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump is back with us here on Kayal and Company. Mr. President, good morning, sir. How are you?
Well, I can tell you this, I'm doing a lot better than the other guy. I could say that because, you saw what happened last night. And I think Crooked Joe needs a new drug dealer. Hunter's not cutting it anymore. I can tell you that because whatever the hell he was on wasn't working. It wasn't working. And they say, oh, he had a cold. He had a cold. He didn't feel good. Listen, let me just tell you something. I got over the China virus very quickly and very strongly. Nobody has a better immune system. You were just talking about immunity. The Supreme Court's going to say, I have the greatest immune system in history. I can tell you that. And I had a Zoom call with my antibodies this morning. They're great. I said, you're doing a tremendous job. We had Crooked Joe yesterday coughing and spreading germs. I said, my antibodies are doing great. They're doing so great. My immune system is so strong. We're immune to everything. But you saw what happened last night. Horrible job. He did a horrible job. And there were times I even felt bad, but I didn't really feel that bad. No. Outlaw president 1, Pampers president 0. That's the score.
So you factor in everything last night, Mr. President, from the setup to the moderators to your opponent to yourself, your preparation. How would you describe last night from top to bottom how things went for you as well as the network that you were on and, of course, your combatant?
Well, obviously, things went very well for me. They always do. We always do a tremendous job. Nobody does a better job than we do. We have the greatest people, the smartest people, the most handsome and highly respected people. And so we always do a tremendous job. For the other side, you look at the other side and, there's a very popular writer. And he's a very interesting looking person. That's why he writes books. He doesn't act. But Stephen King knows a lot about horror. And he's writing a new book based on last night. Okay. He's writing a sequel to The Shining based on last night. Red Rum is what they call it. And as the Babylon Bee said, I've been indicted for murder now after yesterday. Terrible, terrible what happened. But they're panicking. And the network, let's talk about fake news CNN, because the moderators, I thought, weren't that bad. Usually they're very bad. You remember Chris Wallace. He was horrible. He was terrible. I wanted to throw something at him. And if I did that, it would have knocked his head off. I would have said, because I have a very strong arm. I taught Joe Montana, Tom Brady, everything they know. But you see the network, you look at CNN, very interesting thing happened this morning. You go on the campaign website. I saw 2 orders placed. Jake Tapper and Dana Bash ordered MAGA hats. Could you believe that? I can't believe it. They ordered the MAGA. They're supporters now. They said that was a disaster. They're supporters. So we have so many people, and they're saying, what the hell did we witness? A lot of people have no idea what the hell just went on. I would say train wreck, catastrophe, complete and total disaster. It was more of a mess than Chris Christie and Stacey Abrams after White Castle. I can tell you that. And that's a big mess. That's a big mess. Nobody's ever seen a mess like that. Clean up on aisle 46. Clean up on aisle 46. That much I can say.
No Melania last night. CNN seemed in the pregame coverage a little bothered by that. Your thoughts on maybe why you did not bring your wife with you to the debate, if you care to comment on CNN's concern over that.
Well, you look at Crooked Joe. He had a cold. We didn't want her to get sick. We don't want to be a what they call a super spreader. Crooked Joe is also rumored to be on drugs. We want to keep the wife away from drugs and drug dealers. These are horrible people. So we wanted to make sure she was safe. And we didn't want the distraction. She's a beautiful person. I have to say that. She's a tremendous person, and we don't want the distraction. The fake news would have been all over the place. They would have been talking, and she doesn't like to do that. So we kept her in a different place. She didn't want to be a part of all of the craziness. I handled it. I think I handled it very well. A lot of people are saying perfectly. I handled it perfectly, like Ukraine, like President Xi of China, the perfect phone calls. You know what I'm talking about. President Xi, what do we call him? You understand it? Winnie the Pooh. We call him Winnie the Pooh because he looks like Winnie the Pooh. And you're not allowed to say that in China.
No.
You get banned for saying that in China. You say Winnie the Pooh, they throw you in jail, which is interesting because they want to do that to me here. It's almost like we live in China. But we kept Melania. She was in a different spot, but she's very happy about it. And we didn't need a handler like Crooked Joe. You saw him. He couldn't even get off the stage. The teeny tiny steps, they're so small, the smallest steps the world has ever seen. And there's Dr. Jill, fake doctor. I call her Doppler Jill because her dresses look like the Doppler radar. But she grabbed Joe by the arm like Obama and said, "This way, honey, let's go." And it took him a very long time to get down 3 teeny tiny stairs. I've never seen anything like it. So we kept Melania. She didn't want to be there. We didn't want it to be a big distraction. And we don't need a handler. And in Jill's case, Dr. Jill, she's a caretaker. We understand that.
Mr. Trump, how insulting was it watching your gal, Caroline Leavitt, be treated the way she was this past Monday on CNN by Casey Hunt?
You see what happened with Caroline Leavitt. She goes on fake news CNN. She calls him out. I think if she didn't do that, maybe fake Jake and Dana Bash would have been a little tougher, but they weren't very tough. They were fair. I think they were as fair as we could have expected. What CNN did to Caroline Leavitt is a disgrace. And what that network generally does is a disgrace. And even the Democrats are saying that. They're saying the debate was a disgrace. They're blaming the fake news. They had the greatest rules the world has ever seen. The mics were cut off. There was no audience. I think we understand why. They did a pretty fair job. And the Democrats are upset with, how could this happen? It's your candidate. He is an old person. He's a terrible person. He's a senile person. And he's a loser. And he lost bigly last night. I can tell you that, too. And you see what happened with Crooked Joe. You're watching with Caroline, with the fake news and all of it. They are a disgrace. And they were put in their place last night. They're panicking like nobody's ever seen before. You have Anderson Cooper and Van Jones. Last night, Van Jones almost cried on television. He said he loves Crooked Joe.
Yeah.
He was crying. He was almost crying. I can't believe it. I mean, why would you be crying? I was crying tears of joy. And by the way, I'm now riding with Biden 100%. He has my complete and total endorsement, believe me.
Donald J. Trump joining us here on Kayal and Company, as he always does on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So your presidential immunity case before SCOTUS is still pending. Do you think this is intentional since the debate was last night? Are they withholding it purposely? And what are your thoughts on whether or not this is going to come down today, next week, July, so forth and so on?
Well, the Supreme Court is doing a fantastic job, I have to say. Now, some things they're talking about maybe aren't great, but immunity is not one of them. They're going to make a tremendous decision. I think we're going to find out today or Monday. And as we know, I have the greatest immunity the world has ever seen. I'm immune to everything. They say official acts. I'm immune to everything, including the China virus. I only had it once. You know, you see these people. But if you don't have immunity, your presidents are going to keep getting arrested. And we talked about it on stage last night with Crooked Joe. If there's no immunity, we could charge him. You know, he's holding money over the prosecutor's head, over Ukraine's head, quid pro quo. And we brought that up. You know, so the Supreme Court, we have a lot of faith. They're going to do well on immunity, and they're going to do well on the J6 case, obstructing an official proceeding. We should expect those results, those rulings and opinions to come out either today or Monday. And I think they're going to be beautiful opinions. I think they're going to be the greatest. The only way the opinion would be better is if I wrote it. But they're going to be big, beautiful, highly respected opinions. And that would drive these people crazy. Let me run for president 4 more years, and then let me go on the Supreme Court. Chief Justice Trump. Incredible. It would be an incredible thing. We'll see what happens.
Lastly, I want to get to your vice president. I know a lot of people were in attendance last night. They made the trip to Atlanta, Georgia. I saw a picture of Byron Donalds and Vivek Ramaswamy and lots of other characters as well. How much longer do we have to wait for you to reveal who the Veep will be?
Well, I've already revealed it. A lot of people aren't paying attention, but we've said it all the time. And he was there too. Nobody saw him, but he was there too. Snoop Dogg is going to be my running mate. We love Snoop Dogg. He really is a tremendous guy. I can tell you that. He has beautiful hair. He's also an outlaw, although he refers to himself as a thug. So we're going to make thug life great again. It's a term of endearment. And we love Snoop Dogg. Snoop Doggy Dog. They say D-O-double-G. And the lawn signs are going to be great. Trump Dog 2024. The slogan, not the kind of dog you'd send to Kristi Noem. Okay, this is a good dog, not a bad dog. So we have Snoop Dogg, and he's going to be the vice president. We love him. And he says he might endorse. He's being very nice, very respectful. He's come around. And so he will be the vice president. Trump Dog 2024. Wait no longer. you've got your answer. That's what it's going to be.
Let's give him a round of applause. Donald J. Trump,
Thank you,
fresh
sir.
off of a big debate last night. He still has his energy. Heck, Joe's probably still in bed right now. That is, of course, the great Sean Farish with us. We'll take a quick break, and then we're going to get Sean's thoughts on everything from last night and also some other stories this week with SCOTUS and the social media case with Murphy v. Missouri and a lot more. So stick around. Sean's going to be with us until 9:15 this morning right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about my friends with the Piazza Auto Group. I'm telling you guys and gals, if you're looking for bang for your buck in a day and age where economically you're feeling the squeeze, but you might need a vehicle, Piazza Mazda in Westchester. You can check out the 2024 CX-30. This dynamic model offers 8 different trim levels, creating the perfect fit for every lifestyle. And with it, you get performance, iActive, all-wheel drive technology, and that comes standard in the available turbocharged engine, which packs a surprising punch. And safety features such as blind spot monitoring, that's going to get you a 5-star overall safety rating. Check them out today in Westchester, or if you want to make the trek to Reading, that works as well. Or just do it right now before we talk with Sean. PiazzaMazda.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
You're a real tough cookie with a long history of breaking little hearts like the one in me. That's okay.
8:50. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. It is a Friday morning. Let's get down to it. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, as we head till 10 o'clock this morning. Our buddy Sean Ferris, who will be in with Dawn and I next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, is with us. Sean, I want to get your thoughts. Great stuff as Donald Trump, as always. Your impressions and takeaways from last night, and whether or not the Democrats will continue and plow forward with Joe Biden as their guy.
Well, first of all, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what we watched last night because listen, it was, and here's the crazy part, right? So my wife and I were watching it, and there was a point in time where, like, my wife in particular started to feel uncomfortable just watching how Joe Biden was meandering his way through responses. Like, it was getting to the point where what is happening? And their excuse of, well, he has a cold, it's just not cutting it for me, because like I've had colds and stuff, and I still make sense. Let's put it that way. I may be a little slow, but I still make sense, right? But listen, first of all, I don't feel bad for Joe Biden. A lot of people, I feel kind of bad, is a little bit. I don't feel bad at all. This is a sick person, right? So I'm completely behind Joe Biden's 2024 campaign. I want it to be him. I want to run against that guy. I just want to win. And if that's the path of least resistance, by all means, let's go. I think the Democrats, obviously higher up in the party, they know that this is not a viable candidate. The problem is going to be Dr. Jill. I mean, you saw her on the stage with Joe Biden after the debate, and she was the one leading the conversation and hyping up the crowd and, trying to spin it and make everybody feel good. So she's the one driving this thing. And I don't think she wants to give up power. So there's really, I think, only one way that this is going to happen. And we're going to have to wait for some polling to come out, because that's what the donors are looking at. And you saw really some favorable polling for Trump last week. It came out on Wednesday, actually. Quinnipiac and the New York Times Siena poll have Donald Trump leading nationally by 4 points. And one of the funny things I see happen a lot is folks on our side of the aisle, they'll look at that and they'll go, how is it only 4 points? That's not enough. I want everyone to understand that a 4-point Republican lead in national polling is unheard of. Republicans don't win the popular vote. It's just not what happens. The last time it happened, it was George W. Bush in 2004. And that was only because we were, at war with Al-Qaeda and everything over, fresh off of 9/11, wartime president, et cetera. So a 4-point national lead, and this is polling that was done pre-debate, but post-conviction, is unheard of in and of itself. But if you start seeing other pollsters like Emerson and CBS YouGov and Harvard Harris and like Survey USA, these big major pollsters that don't skew to the right. There are other pollsters that have a right-leaning bias. Those don't. Those have a left-leaning bias. If you start seeing them kind of follow suit, where Trump is opening up not a 1-point or a 2-point margin, but a 4-point or a 5-point margin in those polls, the donors are going to look at that. That's the only data donors care about. And they're going to say, okay, this guy's not viable. We're not donating. If the money dries up, he's gone. But they only have until August 7th. And there's an amazing article on Breitbart that I've been talking about all week. The DNC plans to nominate Joe Biden virtually before their August 19th convention, because they have to meet a deadline in Ohio. They have to have a candidate nominated within 90 days of the election. That is August 7th, as per Ohio law. If they miss that deadline, he's not on the ballot there. So they have to get something done before August 7th. Their convention is August 19th. So they're going to go ahead and nominate him virtually with all the committee members present on some sort of virtual call, whether it's Zoom or whatever it is they're going to use. They're going to nominate him or whoever it is virtually before the convention, so that they can make the ballot in Ohio, and so that they can avoid some of those protests that you were hearing about, having the pro-Palestine and all that. And on that standpoint, Joe Biden last night came out against full-term abortion. He came out against Hamas. And there was one more thing that he did. Oh, he used the term illegal alien on stage. So the radical left is upset with him. The Democrat establishment is upset with him. Nobody thinks he's viable. I don't know how this is going to shake out, but if I'm a big wig in the Democrat Party, I am doing everything I can to make sure he's not my nominee in November, because if you can't get through 90 minutes of a debate hosted by friendly people, Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, and in my opinion, they did a good job, as good a job as they could have done last night. If you can't win or look good in a debate like that, where the rules were heavily tilted in your favor, there's just no way you're winning an election and then you're handling world leaders. I mean, someone tweeted at me last night, what do you think Vladimir Putin's doing right now? And I replied, he's saying, and I quote, ha, 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 ha. This is the weakest. If I was Putin, I'd be on the phone with the White House this morning. Like, what did you do last night? What is going on? Like, I would be messing. I'd be trolling. I'd be like, what can I get? For Russia in favor of Russia by calling Joe Biden. The guy's a mess. So I think everyone knows this guy's not viable. It comes down to two things. Is the polling going to show it, or were the results of that debate baked in? According to a Quinnipiac poll, Donald Trump leads by 4. 16% of those people going into the debate were open to changing their minds, which doesn't sound like a big number, but that's the same number of voters who said they wouldn't have voted for Joe Biden if they knew about the Hunter Biden laptop in 2020. So 16% of that poll, where Donald Trump already leads by 4, said they're open to changing their minds. So the next Quinnipiac poll, if the debate is still fresh on their minds, you'll probably see a larger margin. But you see these, if the donations dry up, if the polls continue to shift, which I think they will, you're going to see the Democrats try and push him out. I just don't know if Jill Biden's going to let it happen.
We're going to continue with Sean Farish on the other side. And if you guys want to jump in, 855-839-1210. Sean will stick around for another segment. 9 o'clock hour is coming up next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one offer. To order, call a rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024.
That's 445-266-4024 and schedule your consultation with Younger Me, MD.
Two of the NL's best will battle it out when the Dodgers visit CBP on Tuesday, July 9th at 6:40, Wednesday, July 10th at 7:05, and Thursday, July 11th at 6:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Don't miss out on Friday, July 26th at 6:40 when the Phillies host the Guardians and all fans receive a Pico Trey Turner bobble figurine. Speedy Skills sold separately. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Kayal and Company. As we continue, Sean Farish with us here on this Friday morning. Morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2 coming up at the bottom of the hour. 855-839-1210. I guess you can consider this breaking news. About 49 minutes ago, The Hill tweeting out just in, President Biden is, quote, not dropping out of the 2024 race, as a campaign official said following his shaky debate performance. So I think that was, probably what we would expect, and nobody's going to anticipate that he's going to drop out on Friday morning, but we'll see. Still a lot of time to go. We've got the convention for the Republicans coming up in July, Democrats in August, and as Sean was talking about, the Ohio deadline for August 7th, 90 days out before the election. So, Sean, we were talking about that 16% last segment as we wrapped up the hour, and I cited a poll earlier this morning from the Daily Mail. 805 independents last night asked who won the debate, 68% of which said Donald Trump. Now, that doesn't mean all 68% of them will vote for Trump in the election, but do you think there was a significant or sizable portion that will make an impact on the election that were swayed last night based on Trump's strong performance and Biden's crash and burn night?
Yeah, I mean, the 16% that we keep talking about from that Quinnipiac poll is a significant margin, because if you look at 16% and then you take the numbers from the Daily Mail, let's say 2/3 believe Donald Trump, Donald Trump won the debate. Even if all 2/3 don't vote for Trump, there's going to be more people who decide to vote for Trump than Biden. And that's a poll where Donald Trump already leads nationally in the popular vote by 4 points. So my point is, any more movement towards Trump in that Quinnipiac poll, if that 16% number is accurate and the majority of that 16% of, open-minded voters who haven't, slammed the door shut on the other side yet. And look, I'm not one of those open-minded people. I'm voting for Trump. Even if he had a brutal night last night, I would still say I'm voting for Trump, because I can't sit out this election and allow 4 more years of this, right? But you have 16%. If you have a majority of those voters of that 16%,
say now that they're voting for Trump, or if of that 16%, you had voters that thought they were voting for Biden and moved over. And obviously Trump didn't scare many, if any, of the 16% away from his side. I think you will see polling start to reflect that. I think specifically, I'm very curious to see what happens next month in Quinnipiac's poll and how fresh the debate is. It'll probably be after Donald Trump's sentencing. It'll probably be after the RNC convention, because they seem to be running their polls in the third week of each month. And that's a poll, Quinnipiac, that had Donald Trump trailing by 6 points in January, now up 4 points before the debate, with 16% of respondents saying they're open to changing their mind. If this gets to a 5 or 6 point lead, you're talking about 40 plus states on the electoral college map, because you're winning the popular vote, which means you're pulling massive numbers away from the Democrats in those big cities like Philly and Detroit and Milwaukee, Phoenix, Atlanta, places like that in these swing states. And then I think beyond the swing states, you're looking at possible flips in Virginia, Minnesota, New Jersey, and maybe even New York. I have not believed up until this point that New York was going to flip, but you see pollsters finding Donald Trump within 7 points. And I still, just to be clear, don't believe New York will flip. I believe it's more likely that it will stay blue, but most likely not as heavy as it's been in the past. 16%, majority of those voters start to move over in a poll, in a situation where Donald Trump already leads by 4, probably the biggest electoral landslide since Reagan. That's what you're looking at numbers wise. That's how it's going to flesh out. I mean, even if Donald Trump trails in some of these polls by a point or two, it's likely still a win in the electoral college. He lost the popular vote to Hillary Clinton by 2.1 percentage points in 2016. So, Republicans don't normally win the popular vote. Last time it happened was Bush after 9/11. We talked about that. So if a Republican is leading the popular vote nationally, and it's not just Quinnipiac, the New York Times had a 4-point lead for Trump as well. That is very scary for the Democrats. They can't win in that situation.
So I jotted a bunch of names down during the break, and they're just names, but I want to have a conversation on this, because if you're a Democrat this morning and you're behind closed doors and you're panicking, and they're calling a mandatory emergency meeting, and they're saying we've got to find somebody to replace Joe Biden with. These are the names I just jotted down. What would you do, or what do you think is the most realistic if in fact Biden doesn't see November 5th? I jotted down Kamala, Gavin, Gretchen, Hillary, Michelle, Cuomo, Fetterman, Shapiro, Manchin. I mean, I could probably keep going if I thought about it a little bit longer. But what are Democrats going to do if they can find a way to get Dr. Jill to say, you know what, it's best for the party, it's best for the nation? What's the name? I don't see a name out there. Everybody keeps saying Gavin Newsom, but I think he's easy to pick apart when you look at what he's done in California these last couple of years.
Yeah, Newsom, I think, he's obviously, aesthetically, he's got the look, right? The hair, he's a decent looking guy. I don't like greasy people, but whatever. Some people do. It is what it is. But I don't think he is much stronger than Joe Biden. It's hard to be weaker than Joe Biden, right? So It's one of those situations where, I'm a Jets fan. We've been here before, right? It can't get worse than Zach Wilson. It can't get worse than Adam Gase. It can't get worse, and somehow it always does.
Yeah,
but it is. That's what happens with the Jets. But the Democrats may be looking at it the same way. I don't know. I don't think Newsom. I think Newsom's been picked apart enough. Honestly, you want to be completely honest, I think the debate that he had with Ron DeSantis ended his presidential aspirations. I think when DeSantis debated Newsom, I thought that was brilliant. What's the point of this debate? These guys, it's the JV squad. I'm all right. Yeah, they're not. Both of these men aren't going to be president in 2024. But I think what DeSantis did to Newsom in that debate is he made sure that he won't be president ever. When you pull out a poop map and you talk about San Francisco and how you clean up the streets for Xi Jinping, and then there's people reporting poop the day after. You've pretty much gotten slammed on national television. I don't think Newsom, Kamala, it's going to be hard for them to skip over her, right? It's DEI. It goes against everything they stand for. Andrew Cuomo, I think, has been an interesting name for a while. He's somebody getting back on the scene. wants to rehabilitate his political image. I think in the back of his mind, he wants the New York City mayoral position. Maybe he uses this as a means of rehabilitating his political career and, then jumping into the ring, primarying Eric Adams, where he's polling ahead of Eric Adams in New York. Andy Beshear is a name that you guys have brought up on this show before, governor of Kentucky, blue governor in a red state. Maybe Wes Moore. Is he too young? You brought up John Fetterman. I would love that just because it would be hilarious, but not because of his policies. I don't know where they go. And the DNC just a few days ago, an article on Breitbart, said they were sticking with Joe Biden. Now, I don't know how last night changes that, right? I mean, you could have a head coach say, we're sticking with this quarterback, and then he goes out and throws 4 interceptions in the first 2 quarters, which, again, as a Jet fan, I've witnessed, and then they switch the quarterback, So we'll have to see how it plays out, but I don't know where they go. Their bench is not very deep.
Sean Ferris joining us as he does every week here on Kayal and Company.
So just so you guys know, I'll play it coming up in about 20 minutes, but Josh Shapiro was on CNN this morning. So they were already, he wasn't in the spin rooms last night, but he was making the rounds this morning. So interesting timing.
No doubt about it. All right, so Sean, VP Watch. Tuesday we had the story where it's according to sources that Trump's VP Watch is now trimmed down to 3. J.D. Vance, I know he's your guy. I like him a lot as well. Doug Burgum doesn't move the needle for me. And Marco Rubio. Some are saying Rubio is probably out, so it could be a 2-person race. But there were many people in attendance last night that are on some sort of list for some sort of position. Any gut feeling as to where this thing's going to go here in the final days as we come down the stretch?
Well, I've been feeling like it's going to be Doug Burgum. And fine, whatever. I mean, he's North Dakota governor. I don't love his ties to Bill Gates. He's taken money from Gates in the past. Now, I get it. He worked for Microsoft for a while, so there's a relationship there. If you look into Doug Burgum's history, there's a history of him selling large amounts of farmland to China. So I'm not sure I want him as my vice president. It's not my choice. I'm still voting for Trump regardless. Thankfully, he'd be vice president. Maybe he's past those and realized what he did was a mistake. I don't know. I hope it's Vance, but I saw some interesting numbers this morning, making a very late surge in the betting markets. And it might be because of his presence at the debate last night, is Vivek Ramaswamy. And I will tell you this right now, if he's the vice president, I will be very, very excited, but I want him to be an active vice president, right? I don't want him to be a placeholder or like a Kamala who's doing absolutely nothing. I want him, if he's the VP, to be in charge of draining the swamp and weeding out these administrative staters, these people, the 4th branch of government that Vivek talks about all the time. If Vivek is the VP and he is surging in the betting markets on Predict It, he's now surpassed J.D. Vance as the second place choice in betting markets. And the last time this happened, Kamala was announced. And, Kamala was the VP for Joe Biden. So we'll see. If it's Vivek, I will be very happy. I know Kathy Barnett, who I just interviewed, and I just jumped on her show. I just interviewed her on mine. Will be very happy. She's amazing.
Yeah. She's coming up at 10. She'll be on my show.
Yeah. So she's filled in on PhD, and she was actually on the day of the earthquake in the Northeast. It was so funny. We talked about that. But she worked for Vivek, and obviously, I mean, that would be an amazing choice. Kathy's an amazing conservative, amazing woman. So we'll just have to see. I think still, because of what I've heard, Burgum, but maybe not. Maybe there's second thoughts and reservations. Maybe it is Vivek. I hope it's Vance. I hope Vivek is involved in the administration in some other way, but I hope it's J.D. Vance.
855-839-1210. Let's grab a call here with Sean. Don, you're up next on Talk Radio 1210. You go right ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are we doing today?
What up?
We are well.
I got one quick observation that I don't think anybody touched upon. There was 2 commercials during the debate. And strangely enough, Mr. Biden was the last one to speak before the commercials. So the last one to speak going into a commercial is on the minds of the people listening. I think it gave the advantage, and I think that was done intentionally, and that was the only favoritism I think that the moderators showed towards Mr. Biden.
Yeah, I didn't notice that. I didn't pick up on that.
Dana Bash referring to President Trump's face as former President. I thought that was her slam. That was her. I just thought that was wrong and it was inappropriate.
You think that? So do you think that was intentional?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Sean,
definitely.
Your thoughts on that, Sean?
Right?
Yeah, I definitely think that's intentional. You know, there's these little things, but I got to say, of everything that happened last night, I think the moderators were really fair. I have to be honest. Credit where it's due. I think they handled it really well, as much as they could, right?
Yep.
I think they might have realized, you know, a little of the ways in, hey, there's really nothing we can do. And if we try and carry this guy's water, it's going to look real bad. You know, so for their own integrity, they kind of had to play it cool. But I think they actually did a good job. And there were some little, you know, quips here and there, right? But I thought it was going to be worse. Like Chris Wallace in 2020 was way worse than what we had last night. So, you know, credit to the moderators for keeping it professional.
Thank you for the call, Don. Oh, boy.
You know, I would have loved, I wish I would have thought of this, to have Sean Farish as the thought bubble last night. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, have Sean on a side. And then, what is Trump really thinking? You know what I mean? Well, you're looking at Biden speaking, and you know the brain fart and all of that.
I don't think it was just Dawn. I don't think it was just limited to brain farts too. I think there were some real ones mixed in there last night. So I don't know. Some of Trump's faces, it looked like he picked up on a scent. You know,
as you said earlier this morning, outlaw president 1, Pampers president 0.
It's amazing.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. The Pampers president.
That one scene, or that one image where Biden is stumbling through his words, and you just see Trump looking at him like what in the blue hell are you talking about?
Yeah, Greg, and then he answers, and he just goes, I don't know what he said. I don't think he knows what he said either. That and the golf talk, guys. That when Joe Biden wanted to convince the world, and then Trump goes, that's the biggest lie he's ever told, that he's a 6 handicap.
No chance.
And then Biden started going back and forth, and he just looks at him and goes, let's not be children. I got up and did a lap.
Yeah.
That was one of the, it was great to see that kind of interaction too. And this is something I think a lot of people highlighted beforehand. The cutting of the mics, the threat. I think that I said it before. I thought that was going to help Donald Trump. And I think last night that was his best friend, because it helped him stay disciplined. Yep. He knew that if they cut his mic and all you saw were his lips moving, it would have been an embarrassing look for him. Mm-hmm. So it would have been great for me. I could have done some really good voiceovers for some bad lip readings, but I didn't get the opportunity. But it helped him stay disciplined. That was the most disciplined I've ever seen Trump on a debate stage. It's how he had to be. So I think that helped him more than it hurt him, and that backfired on CNN and the left as well.
Somebody's saying, and I didn't catch this, maybe somebody here caught it. Did Trump call him Brandon last night?
Yes, I heard that.
Oh,
yeah, he did.
Yes,
he did.
At what point? Because I need to find this.
Early. It was
really?
in the first 20 to 30 minutes.
It was early, and it might have been. I remember it maybe being a part of the quip on Medicare. It might have been that quip. I'm not sure, but I know that was when it really started to snowball for Biden, when he was just stumbling, and then he was just like, and we beat Medicare. And I was like, what?
Let me I believe this was, all right, here we go. I'm scrolling down here. I know I mentioned it last night. Hold on. He definitely said it.
Because he goes, check your facts, Brandon.
Yes. What time was this? Oh, God, I'll find it for you. But let me ask you this one, Sean, as we wrap up here. We got about 2 minutes. Earlier this week, SCOTUS has a big backlog of cases, and the Murphy v. Missouri free speech on social media case came down, and I thought it was really embarrassing. It was a 6-3 ruling, and you had 3 conservative justices, 3 of them that are Trump appointees, 2 of which were actually siding with the liberals over the First Amendment failure, which, we talked about this, and everybody that was shadow banned and censored and blocked for questioning things like masks, vaccine efficacy, the Hunter Biden laptop story. I thought it was really disgraceful that some even Trump appointed justices ruled against in this case, that the Biden administration moving forward can still continue to strong arm Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. What are your thoughts on that case?
Yeah, I think that's a horrible ruling. Now, I'm not sure how they reached that ruling. I'm not sure if they cited, Section 230. But the fact that they're saying that it is okay, it is acceptable, constitutionally acceptable for the government to leverage social media companies to censor dissenting speech is a very bad precedent that's just been set in the country. So something's got to happen on the other side of that to attack that precedent from from another angle, because we can't have, and look, I wouldn't want Donald Trump and his administration to talk to X or Rumble or, Leverage Truth Social to delete or censor posts that were embarrassing to Trump. I love the open, free, unrestricted marketplace of ideas. That's what I like. And let the best ideas win. Why can't we go back to that? Unfortunately, we now have a precedent set that if the government doesn't like what you say, they are allowed, according to the Supreme Court, to tell social media companies to take down your posts and take down your content. And that is not a country that I want to live in. We got to fix that. I think that's a really bad ruling. Now, I don't know if the ruling was quote unquote constitutionally sound or how they got to that decision. I got to look more into that, because if this is simply because of Section 230, then obviously we have to attack that. That's the elephant in the room, and we'd have to reform Section 230. But it's a very discouraging ruling from the Supreme Court. The fact that they are saying here that the government, it's okay if they censor Americans, that's no good.
Yeah, I agree. And according to reports from The Blaze, Instagram urges users to proceed with caution should they decide to follow Tucker Carlson on Instagram. So we already have these social media big tech companies, trying to do the same playbook as 2020. Hey, buddy, great stuff as always. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll look forward to having you in next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, as you're going to be co-hosting with Dawn and I.
Awesome. I can't wait. As always a fun time on WPHT. And I can't wait for next week. Thanks, guys.
All right, brother. Have
Love
a great
you, Sean.
weekend.
See you,
There
Sean.
he is,
Thanks,
Sean
buddy.
Farish,
He's the best.
joining us, as he always does. All right, it is 9:22. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, sorry, Uncle Rob, were we playing too loud?
Too loud is not in my vocabulary. How dare you?
Excuse me?
How dare you call yourself a musician?
Loads of bands use drum loops.
Loads of elevators play Celine Dion. That don't make it right. Now get your devil box out of here. Move it, Moby Dick. Go! My work here is done.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a pair of tickets to TNA Impact Wrestling. It is tonight and tomorrow night in South Philadelphia at the 2300 Arena. If you would like to go and you know that movie, 855-839-1210. Caller 12, a pair of tickets to TNA Impact Wrestling. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2 coming up next as we continue on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about my friends with Families Behind the Badge. I respect and appreciate first responders very much. So if you would love to join for a great cause, I hope you will, because the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour is coming up yet again. Sunday, July 21st. And you have options here, everybody. All right, 65 miles from Philly to AC. Or if that's a little too much, I understand. How about 30 miles from Hamilton? Family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. Register and ride with Team 1210. I'll be back as the captain this year. And whether you're riding or donating to support the cause, just go to ben2shore.org. Use the promo code NICK1210. They'll knock $25 off your registration fee. That's ben2shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. FBBCF provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders, and they support the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
To me, the most important word in the world is dignity. There are certain God-given rights to be fed, to have shelter, medicine, and clothing. When many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have, in some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instant, an accident, a natural disaster, or the intentional acts of others can threaten our dignity. Whether it's the loss of a paycheck, paying medical bills, enduring a life of pain and suffering, or a claim with your own insurance company, or a business dispute and you can't afford to pay a lawyer by the hour, your dignity hangs in the balance. You only pay us if we recover for you. Let my firm fight for you, your family, and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial #law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Friday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Friday or perhaps your early 3-day weekend. Some of you maybe not going back to work for another 9 or 10 days. 855-839-1210.
Don't look at me like that.
No, you actually have 2 weeks off coming up. Stalker will be back with us in time for Labor Day. Oh, what a day, what a show. If you missed any of it, hit up the...
Just remember, yeah. Two of you. Well, Dawn was gallivanting around Italy.
Oh, wait a minute.
While you were moving your family back up here. I was working.
Yes.
So
the Italy trip was a viewer. That was a work trip.
Yeah, okay.
And we...
Yes.
We went from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Much like Joe Biden. You start slow and you finish strong.
In my defense, I'll be chasing a 4-year-old
That's
around
true.
the beach for 2 weeks, so it's not actually going to be a vacation.
Preview of what's going to happen for Greg over 2 weeks.
Stop it! Just stop it!
All right, let's get to what's on the cut sheet.
Don't you have to get the winner?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I don't have it on the screen again.
What's wrong with the screen?
I don't know.
Jay and Philly.
Yeah, thank you, Dawn.
Everybody sees the call screener except for the guy taking the call. Winner, go ahead. What do we got?
Philly.
Jay and Philly. How are you, buddy?
Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, the movie would be The Rocker.
The Rocker.
Woo! That a boy. And you get the TNA wrestling tickets for Impact coming up tonight and tomorrow.
Sweet.
All right, congratulations, Jay. The Rocker is correct. Not to be confused with the old tag team, the Rockers. That was back in the late 80s, and that was WWF, but nobody really cares about that.
Nobody does.
And nobody probably knows that reference.
Nope.
All right, 9:32. Now we get to What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Yeah, somebody found this. Thank you, boys. Nick, somebody found this. The Brandon clip. This is when they were talking about the border and the border patrol agents and all that stuff. Where Trump, I completely missed this last night. So I saw the people on the YouTube chat talking about it. And this is cut 39. Phil, go.
More border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of this sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now. All terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history.
That's amazing. I completely missed that.
Now, there is some debate as to was he calling Biden Brandon with the let's go Brandon thing, or as Michael just tweeted us, I think he goes, Michael F. says, hi, guys, great show. I think Trump mentioned the word Brandon when he was discussing Brandon, who is the guy on Fox who is head of Border Patrol. Is there a Border Patrol executive or the head of the board? Is his name Brandon? Is that who Trump's referring to? Or was that an insult and a mockery of Biden? That's the question.
Let me just play it one more time.
But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in
Thank you, President
caravans.
Trump. President Biden?
Oh, wait,
Don't
hang
say
on.
that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But
Brandon Judd.
Yeah,
that's it.
But it was a double entendre. It went, and that because he could have said Brandon Judd.
Mm-hmm.
But he, because he knows him, he's done so many news conferences with him and all that. But at the moment, I smiled because I thought that was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
It was subtle.
Yep.
And it is Brandon Judd, because you could go, what? Brandon Judd? What?
Border Patrol Union did tweet last night, to be clear, we never have and never will endorse Biden.
PA Governor Josh Shapiro was in the on-deck circle this morning. He was on CNN discussing the debate last night. Make of this what you will. I'm just throwing it out here. I don't remember what cut this is, Phil. We're like 900 cuts in. I think this is 38 maybe. Josh Shapiro from this morning talking about the debate last night. Go.
With us now is the governor of Pennsylvania, Democrat Josh Shapiro, who is here on behalf of the Biden campaign. Governor, always great to see you. I'm going to read you a quote, which I am sure you have either seen or heard maybe a dozen times already this morning. It's from columnist Thomas Friedman of the New York Times. The Biden family and political team must gather quickly and have the hardest conversations with the president, a conversation of love and clarity and resolve. We can put this up on the screen, I think. To give America the greatest shot possible of deterring the Trump threat in November, the president has to come forward and declare that he will not be running for re-election and is releasing all of his delegates for the Democratic National Convention. Your reaction?
Look, I hadn't seen Tom Friedman's column until you read it. Here's the bottom line. Joe Biden had a bad debate night, but Donald Trump was a bad president. And I think what you saw last night was a pathological liar in Donald Trump, who lied about his record, who has dangerous ideas about where he wants to take this country. I'll be the first to admit that was not a good look in that debate last night. But it doesn't change the fact that there are really stark competing differences in this race.
I tell you what, I mean, I'm just going to say it. Like, I would not want any part of Shapiro against Trump. I think Shapiro is going to be the president one day if he wants to go down that path. I still think he's a ways away, but if it got to the point and the Dems are behind closed doors and they say, okay, we can't use Kamala, no thanks on Gavin, we'll pass on Gretchen. Hey, what about Shapiro? You better hope that they keep Biden in, because I don't think it will work out well for Trump. Just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I think you're right. Shapiro certainly has presidential aspirations, but I do think, picking up on something Sean Farish said earlier, what if in mid-August the Democrats roll out somebody like Governor Beshear? He's young, he's energetic, he is a blue guy in a red state. What are they going to have? Republicans would have 10 weeks to react to him.
Mm-hmm.
So what would that look like?
Right.
And I'll be honest, that is a fear of mine.
Yeah, it is. I'm telling you, I think if you want Trump to win, you need to hope that the report from the Hill is accurate, that Biden is not dropping out.
And that's why I think last night, I have to say, I'm glad people are talking about Vivek Ramaswamy. When he was interviewed by Hannity last night, I know I have a soft spot in my heart because he was here, and the thing about him is he is loved by young men.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when he was here in Philadelphia, you had all these young guys because they're looking for and yearning for a leader.
Fresh blood.
And right? And he's a young guy. He's so energetic. He's so quick. He's so smart. And I think he is somebody who brings in a different audience and a different kind of excitement that we haven't seen in a while.
And he's also an outsider.
Right. I love Vivek. I have a soft spot in my heart for him. I'm going to admit it.
And Kathy coming up, Kathy Burnett coming up on your show at 10 o'clock this morning. So make sure you're in about 20 minutes. I'm sure nobody's going anywhere today. We're seeing record numbers of people on the Odyssey app. I don't think people are going anywhere all day today. So,
boss, you can go home. We're on autopilot today.
The subject of abortion, of the abortion pill, actually did come up last night. Trump, I thought, gave a good answer when asked about the abortion pill. He said that he will not block it. Because the Supreme Court
ruled on it.
The Supreme Court, but he could. I mean, as president, he could do something about it if he wanted to. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
Abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. as president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion bill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders.
That's not true. But
and what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now.
So first of all, he's not right there. No, not everybody wanted that. But Biden, he knew this answer was like this should have been his moment.
This is the one thing they have policy-wise that they can run on and jam down your throat, and a record that shows it's a winning message. And he still botched it.
Completely botched it. Like, had no idea it was coming, gave some mealy-mouth answer about it. And it's just like you're looking at this and you're just like, bro, you know, like this was your, you know, I could feel the Democrats, you know, tearing their hair out from all of this stuff.
No question about it.
It was, it was. I'm going to move on to cut 17, Phil. This is when the whole debate about the veterans and about the suckers and losers comment, and if Trump said it, if he didn't say it. This is cut 17. Phil, go.
Whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
Wow.
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up. Just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking, it's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
Wow, look at Joe's face. I mean, Joe legitimately looks like he just woke up from a bad dream and doesn't know if his alarm's about to go off or he has more hours left to sleep. And by the way, look at the anger and when he was about the sucker and the loser talking about his son Hunter or Bo. I mean, you could see his teeth. Like Joe would look like he was like a pit bull chewing on a rawhide bone for a moment.
Yeah,
that was a rehearsed. That Joe Biden had prepared some rehearsed one-liners like that he knew would go viral and would play.
Yep.
Does that play though? Like my son was not. You're a sucker. No, I know you are, but what am I?
Yeah,
like it's just
fifth grade tactics.
It's just I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, all right. The golf handicap thing. Jesus. Like it ended with this. I was just like, what are we doing?
Americans care about this as much as our audience cares about me and Bill playing later today.
Bill and I.
Yes. And by the way, Bill might be close to a 6 handicap. but Joe Biden certainly isn't.
Cut 25, Phil, go.
And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden.
Thank
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds.
Wow.
What?
Well, you said 6'4", 200.
He was trying to make a joke about him being. I just, if I'm like, it's like, we rehearsed this! What are you doing?
No, basically it was.
Can we check our work, please, before we put it on the air and save it? He knew he had that. Dawn's right. These things are all scripted. They were rehearsed, and he completely botched the line.
He had 10 days
about being 6'4", 230. Right?
Yep.
That's the joke. 220.
Yep.
Whatever it was,
Mhm.
and he completely botched it.
Terrible.
It's unbelievable. All right, I'm sorry. Let's start over, Phil.
Which, by the way, if he said he was 6'3" or 6'4", and what did he say, 230?
He's not 230, Dawn. Come on.
Oh, yeah,
He's not. He's not. I'm telling you, he's not.
Yeah, I think he's about 250.
All right.
Nah.
Let's not. He's not. I'm telling you, he's not.
I'm just going by the men in my family who are that height, and the ones who are like 230.
He's
about
pushing.
the same size.
He's probably 270.
No. Look at him. He's lost weight.
Yeah, no. Trust
Look
me.
at him.
Okay. Cut 25, Phil. One more time, go.
And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden.
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I had,
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
21
go
Let's not act like children.
to a specific concern that voters have about you.
It's like
Trump was the more adult in the room. Like, he was the bigger man in that moment. Like, Trump could easily start bragging about golf. And by the way, I don't think Trump's a 2 handicap either, all right? I think they're both full of crap. But Bryson DeChambeau says, who won the U.S. Open, and he's a live golfer, he tweeted last night, "Let's settle this whole handicap debate. I'll host the golf match on my YouTube." And he tags Trump and Biden. Now, that is something I would pay for. You get Trump and Biden out there, 18 holes, for like one of those matches that they used to do with Phil Mickelson and Tiger Woods, I'd pay $49.99 plus tax. I swear I would. You think a debate's a train wreck? Could you imagine? And Joe Biden sitting there saying, "Carry your own bag." Biden can't walk 3 steps.
Right.
What bag's he carrying?
Two grumpy old men at Bushwood arguing about their handicap. That's exactly what that was.
You ever see the viral videos on Twitter where there's like people at a local municipal course and they get into a fight and they're throwing down? These two would be punching each other before they got to the first green.
All right, I'm exhausted.
I am too.
I don't know what else to say, but I'm exhausted.
Right. I think this is basically how we should wrap it up.
If I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
All right. Yes. Dawn show coming up.
Yes.
So Kathy Barnett will have a lot of Trump clips. We'll revise that. You'll hear from Brandon at CBP. So we'll do some of the fact checking. Guy Shiraki, 10:30. I believe my husband Larry Menti is going to call in. At some point.
How did you get him?
11. I don't. Sexual favors.
Oh my God.
Booking agent. A couple of producers.
Good God.
No. So we have a full lineup. We're packed. It's going to be it's a great day here on WPH.
It is. We're going to have a lot of people are going to be tuning in all day.
goodness.
So make sure everybody brings their A game because I'm spent.
Yeah, I am too. I'm sure. I'm like Biden after a debate. I'm ready for bed. All right, let's get to what happened today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, June 28th. Very slow news day, huh? We celebrate the birthdays of Mark Stormer from The Killers, who's 47, Alan Pasqua from Giant, who's 71, and a heavenly birthday for Bobby Harrison from Procol Harum. Singles include Fame by David Bowie in 75 and Happy by the Stones in 72. Albums include Caribou by Elton John in 74, Sting released his solo debut in 85, and Stryper released In God We Trust in 1988. And by the way, they just released a brand new single this week, and it's fantastic. Also, Jefferson Airplane was on the cover of Life magazine in 68. The Eagles were atop the album chart in 75. Wham! Played their final show in 86. AC/DC ended their Black Ice tour in 2010. And followed by Evanescence was number 1 in the UK. But lastly, on this day in 2014, Metallica became the very first metal band to headline the Glastonbury Festival.
Nice.
For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Opquist.
Yes, very slow news day, Philip. Thank you very much.
By the way, don't forget, Dawn, we could see a Supreme Court ruling on immunity. We could see it in 10 minutes.
It could have presidential immunity, or what about J6, which focuses on a Pennsylvania retired policeman who was never accused of any violence, by the way.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, there's so much. They're cramming everything in because they want to get off for the July, August holidays. They're like, come on, everything, let's go, wrap this up.
And we have not been told the ratings yet so far, correct?
No.
We do not know what the TV ratings are.
No.
All right, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see about that, too. Stay tuned all day here.
All right, Greg, who won Twitter today?
Who won Twitter?
Ornery Hounds started slow but finished strong. Could describe a plane crash. I mean, that's a good point.
Ouch.
Jesus, man. I don't know why you had to go there.
Right off the top rope. That's how we do it.
Amazing.
All right. That will do it for us on this Friday. Sean Farish will be in for 3 days next week. Stocker will be on vacation. It'll be myself, Dawn, and Sean.
He's in the whole following week, too.
And then the whole following week. So
you guys are...
Get ready for it.
You guys are going to have Sean a lot the next couple of weeks. So.
My cheekbones will be hurting from laughing so much. It's going to be great. Looking forward to that. Everybody have a great weekend. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next, and as Joe Biden probably should say, much like Fetterman has said,
good night, everybody.
Join Team Kayal & Company once again this year for the Bend to Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 21st. From Philly to Atlantic City, you can do the ride or just donate to support the cause. Visit bendtoshore.org. That's Ben, the number 2, shore.org. Let's show everyone how WPHT